Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? No one in the town dared look at Blackwood Hill after dark, not even by accident. That wasn't superstition, it was survival. The kind of silent, bone, deep fear passed from generation to generation, carved into trembling whispers and unfinished sentences. They didn't talk about the children who vanished, or the families who left one morning and never made it to the next town. No one mentioned the shadows that moved when the wind was dead still, or the screams that came only when the clocks froze at 3:12 a.m. sharp. But the records, the files sealed and forgotten in the town's dusty archive basement. They tell a story far worse than any rumor. And it all began, officially anyway, with Evelyn Rourke. Evelyn wasn't from Blackwood. She was a city girl, one of those people who think silence is charming and old buildings have personality. She inherited the old Hawthorne estate on the crest of Blackwood Hill from a great she'd never met. According to the crumbling envelope the lawyer handed her, Miss Genevieve Hawthorne passed peacefully in her sleep. That was a lie. But Evelyn didn't know that yet. She arrived on the last Wednesday of October, suitcase in one hand, the house keys in the other. She never saw the looks exchanged by the motel clerk when she said she'd be staying at the estate, never caught the silent pause in the diner when she asked for directions up the hill. To her, Blackwood was just small town weird, quaint, quiet, maybe a little backward, and the house. God, it was beautiful. Massive gables, towering windows, iron balcony curled like frozen smoke. It had that decayed grandeur, the kind of place that made you feel like it remembered you, even if you'd never stepped inside before. But the air changed the moment she opened the door. There was no breeze, no draft. But something shifted, like the house exhaled, and she'd stepped into its breath. The hallway was long and lined with portraits, all of them painted in the same cold, stony light. Women mostly. All pale, all watching. Their frames sagged slightly to the left, like they'd been leaning toward the floor for decades. She walked past them, luggage wheels skimming the old rug, not noticing how the eyes didn't follow her. They led her, guided her. Down that long corridor and into the parlor, where dust curled like cobwebs in the late afternoon light. That's when the first thing went wrong. There were no lights. None. The bulbs were all there, the switches clicked, but nothing turned on. She wasn't stupid. She checked the fuse box. It was untouched. She even called the electric company. They said the power had never been shut off. There's no record of a power failure at that property in over 40 years. The man told her, his voice sounding oddly forced, like he didn't believe himself. Still, Evelyn wasn't shaken. Not yet. She lit candles. Told herself she liked the ambience. Spent the rest of the evening setting up in the master bedroom at the top of the staircase. The bed was ancient, high, backed wood and thick velvet drapes. Dust coated everything, but the sheets were clean, fresh, almost warm. She didn't wonder why. At 2:37 a.m., she woke to the sound of pacing. It came from above. But there was no attic. She'd looked at the blueprint herself. Just roof, shingles and sky, yet there it was, the unmistakable creak of footsteps. Slow, measured, heavy, not rats, not branches, steps. And then the humming, low and broken. Like someone trying to remember a song from long ago, but only catching the edges of the tune. A woman's voice. Crooning behind the ceiling. Evelyn sat up, heart pounding. But before she could move, the floor beneath her bed shifted. It was subtle, barely a sway, but enough, like something had pulled the foundation, and then stopped. In the morning, she told herself it was a dream. Jet lag, stress, maybe even sleep paralysis. She didn't believe in ghosts. She told her reflection that over a sink that spat out black water before clearing. Told it again when her phone had no service, no matter where she stood. But deep down, she felt it, that coiled, crawling sense of being watched. not from the windows, from inside. On the third day, she found the room. It wasn't on the blueprint, not even hinted at. But there it was, behind a thin wall of the library. The panel gave way too easily when she leaned against it. No latch, no dust. As if someone had come through just days before. The passage opened to a narrow staircase spiraling down, not up, into the hill, into the earth. It smelled of rot, but also perfume. Jasmine, old and cloying. The kind your grandmother might have worn and never changed. She should have turned back, but she didn't. The steps led to a locked iron door. The air on the other side was cold, so cold frost curled around the hinges. Evelyn, for reasons she couldn't explain, whispered, "Hello." No answer, but the humming returned, not from behind the door, from the staircase. Above her, she turned. Nothing, just the faint hiss of wind, except it wasn't wind. It was breathing. And then, in a blink, it was gone. She told herself it wasn't real. That night, the humming grew louder. The pacing didn't stop. It circled the house, moved through the walls, stopped outside her door. And then, the voice spoke. "Don't go below," it whispered. She leapt from the bed, threw open the door. Nothing. The hallway was empty, but every single portrait on the wall had changed. The women's heads tilted differently. Their mouths, closed before, were slightly open, as if they were just beginning to scream. By the sixth night, Evelyn stopped sleeping. The house never let her. It knocked. It cried. It whispered her name. Eva V. Elin, drawn out like a song. She wanted to leave. She packed her bags, ran down the stairs, but the front door was bricked over. From the inside, she clawed at it, splinters digging into her skin. But it was real, solid. She tried the windows, same thing. Behind every curtain was stone. Fresh, damp stone. Still setting. That night, she dreamed of the iron door opening, and something crawling out. She woke with dirt under her nails. On the 8th day, she noticed the time. Every clock in the house stopped at 3:12 a.m., nothing before. Nothing after. Even the digital one she'd brought from her suitcase. Frozen, blinking. 3:12. Over and over again. As if time itself was being drained, fed to something hungry and waiting. She hadn't gone back to the iron door. Not since the breathing. But now it called. Whispered to her in her mother's voice. In Genevieve's voice. Voices of people she'd never heard alive. They all said the same thing: she's waiting. Let her out. Evelyn pressed her ear to the door. There was music. Old, scratchy. A phonograph playing from somewhere impossible. A ballroom song from the 1800s. She smelled flowers. Heard a laugh. Then, something wet touched her ear from the other side. She screamed. Ran. But the house was changing now. Rooms twisted. Doors led to places she didn't remember. The hallway had an extra corner. The dining room had teeth in the wallpaper. And the mirror, the one above the fireplace, it didn't reflect her anymore. It showed a version of her smiling. But it wasn't her. It had black eyes, and it was mouthing something. Let her out. Evelyn broke on the 10th night. She opened the iron door. The air inside was thick, like walking into syrup made of shadows. The space beyond wasn't a room. It was a void. Walls stretched out and back and up and down, covered in carvings, names, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all scratched with fingernails into the stone. At the center was a cradle, not a baby's cradle. No, it was too big, almost human-sized, and inside it, curled like a broken doll, was a girl. Her back was to Evelyn, her hair long white, tangled. She was singing the song, that humming, and when she turned, Evelyn dropped the candle. The girl had no eyes, no lips, just a mouth that opened from cheek to cheek, wide and raw and full of tiny teeth. She smiled. "You opened it," she said, and then the door slammed shut. From the outside, no one saw Evelyn again, but at exactly 3:12 a.m. the next night, the lights in the Hawthorne estate flickered on. All of them. And the portraits, they were smiling. The next morning, Blackwood woke to something it hadn't seen in over 3 decades. Light coming from the windows of the Hawthorne estate. The townspeople didn't talk about it, but they all noticed. How the frost on the hill had melted, even though it was colder than it had been all month. How the wind had gone still, completely silent, like the air itself was listening. Something had changed, and even the crows that usually lined the fence around the estate were gone, as if they knew something the humans didn't. At the Rusty Spoon Diner, Tom Whittaker paused mid-coffee pour and stared out the window, the pot trembling in his hand. "It's back," he whispered. No one asked what he meant. No one had to. They all saw the lights. Every soul in that place stiffened, like they'd just heard a distant scream. They'd lived through the last time the house woke up. Most of them had buried someone because of it. A brother, a daughter, a neighbor who never left their shed again, muttering about teeth in the walls. Back on Blackwood Hill, behind the thick, frosted glass, behind the stone, brick doors and the shuttered windows, Evelyn Rourke was no longer Evelyn Rourke. At least, not entirely. The iron door hadn't opened again. She'd screamed, begged, kicked until her voice was raw and her feet bled. But it didn't matter. The girl was gone, vanished into that impossible space. The candle she'd dropped had gone out, and the room was darker than anything she'd ever known. Like the shadows weren't an absence of light, but a living thing. Breathing, moving, watching her. Hours passed, maybe days. Time lost all meaning inside the cradle room. Her phone was dead. Her watch had stopped. The hunger clawed at her ribs, but worse than that was the silence. It wasn't empty. It was full of things she couldn't hear but could feel. Like thoughts that weren't hers crawling across the back of her skull. She could almost make out words in the silence. Almost. When the door finally creaked open, Evelyn didn't move. She was too cold. Too numb. The scent of jasmine hit her first, then the faint rustle of lace dragging across stone. The girl was back. But this time, she wasn't alone. There were others, shapes. Women. Dozens of them, all wearing the same old-fashioned gowns, all faceless, all whispering without sound. They circled Evelyn without touching her, their heads tilted, their hair floating as if underwater. One of them leaned in close, and Evelyn recognized her face, or what was left of it. Genevieve Hawthorne, her great-aunt. Eyes gouged out, mouth sewn shut, still humming. "We are the brides," a voice whispered, not from Genevieve, but from all of them at once. Evelyn tried to speak, but her voice cracked. Brides of what? They didn't answer. Instead, the girl stepped forward, mouth still stretched into that impossible grin, blood crusted at the corners. "You opened the door," she said again, but this time it wasn't an accusation, it was gratitude. "Now," she continued, "you must feed it." The floor split open beneath Evelyn, not with violence, but with a slow, deliberate groan, like something old and full of hunger stretching its jaws. She fell into darkness again, but this time it was different. It felt like falling through flesh, not air, wet, pulsing, alive. When she woke, she was back in the master bedroom. The candles were still burning. Her suitcase was where she'd left it. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Except for one thing, the mirror above the fireplace now showed her reflection again. But it wasn't just her. Behind her stood the girl, smiling. Evelyn spun, but no one was there. She ran to the window. The stone was gone. Outside she could see the trees, the hill, the sky. The door opened when she tried it. She could leave. Walk right out. The house let her go. But she didn't. Not yet. Something had changed inside her. The fear was still there, yes, but beneath it something darker curled like smoke in her veins. Curiosity. Hunger. A question she couldn't ignore. What had she let out? And more importantly, why had it let her live? The townspeople thought she'd fled. No one saw her for 3 days. But every night, the lights stayed on, flickering in patterns no one could explain. And the humming, it reached the valley. Barely audible, just enough to make children cry in their sleep and dogs whimper in their kennels. Then the disappearances began again. First, it was Davy Miller, 12 years old, Last seen riding his bike near the base of the hill. The tires were found. Nothing else. Then Mrs. Keene, the church organist. Her keys were still in the door. Her dinner left uneaten on the stove. But no sign of her. Just the faint scent of jasmine on her bedsheets. Evelyn knew. She could feel them now. The things in the dark. The ones she'd seen through the iron door. They were moving. Feeding. And they were using her house as the mouth. But that wasn't the worst part. She was beginning to understand them. Every night she woke at 3:12 a.m. sweating, shaking, but not from fear anymore. From connection. She could hear the voices in her dreams, clearer each time. They spoke in riddles, in languages she didn't know she knew. They told her about the hill, about what lay beneath it, about the first sacrifice. Blackwood wasn't just a town. It was an offering. The land was chosen centuries ago. A place where the veil was thin, where something old and endless had been buried, or trapped, or born. The original settlers had found it, felt it under their skin. The house was built to keep it contained. A mouth sealed with blood and names. But someone always opened the door. Evelyn didn't want to believe it, but her hands betrayed her. She found herself drawing symbols she'd never seen before. Circles within circles. Eyes that blood. Cradles with teeth. And always, always the girl. The girl who smiled with her whole face and said nothing at all. On the 7th night after her return, Evelyn went back to the cradle room. The iron door was wide open. The humming had stopped. Inside, the walls were covered now, not just in names, but in warnings. Dio nanihar oudi, seichi lais, t baridi si siri vitij emo uj donafidi t. Over and over, scratched by desperate hands. In the center, the cradle was gone. In its place was a mirror. Floor to ceiling. Oval. Framed in bones. It didn't show her reflection. It showed a hallway, not hers. Stone walls. Burning torches. A long corridor lined with iron doors. And from behind each one, whispers. Cries, prayers. The mirror pulsed. Evelyn stepped forward, hand trembling. Touched the glass. And was pulled through. No pain. No transition. One moment she was in the cradle room, the next, walking barefoot down that endless corridor, the air thick with rot and sorrow. Each door she passed told her a story. One showed a boy knowing his own hands. Another, a woman screaming silently as something inside her chest moved on its own. At the end of the hall stood the girl. But now, Evelyn saw what she really was. Not a child, not even human, a thing wearing the shape of sorrow. A mimicry of innocence. Her body shifted, flickered between forms, sometimes tall, sometimes limbless, sometimes just a shadow. But always with that smile, always humming. "You came back?" she said. Evelyn didn't speak. "You'll do better than the last," the thing whispered. "You understand now. The town is rotten. They let it happen. They buried the truth. But you will wake the mouth." Evelyn shook her head, backing away. "No, I won't." But the girl's grin only widened. "You already did." Suddenly Evelyn was back in the cradle room, gasping, clutching her chest like she'd been underwater too long. The mirror was gone. So was the iron door. And the house was silent again. Too silent. Until the front door bell rang. She froze. No one had rung that bell in years. Her feet moved on their own. Down the twisting hallway. Past the smiling portraits. Past the cracked chandelier and the blackened fireplace. To the foyer. She opened the door. A child stood there, maybe 6, covered in dirt, holding a teddy bear missing one eye. "Hi," the girl said. "Is this the safe house?" Evelyn stared. "What?" "The man in the woods told me to come here. Said you'd keep me safe." Behind the girl, the trees at the base of Blackwood Hill twisted in the windless air. Evelyn stepped aside, smiled, and let her in. The little girl's name was Clara. She didn't cry, didn't ask for food, and didn't seem scared, not even a little. Her clothes were torn, her cheeks smudged with dirt, and her hair was tangled into a halo of dry, frayed curls. But her eyes, they were the strangest thing of all. Not in color. They were a soft brown, but in stillness. Eyes that didn't dart around with the frantic fear of a lost child. No, they watched. Measured. As if she'd been waiting for this moment. Evelyn tried to ask her where she came from. "Who's the man in the woods?" she asked, kneeling beside the girl with the softness of someone pretending not to panic. But Clara only gave a little shrug and said he didn't have a name. Just eyes. Lots and lots of eyes. That night, Evelyn sat awake in the parlor, a mug of untouched tea in her hands, staring at the flickering candlelight. Clara had gone straight to sleep, curled up on the velvet couch with her teddy bear cradled in her arms. Evelyn had laid a blanket over her, trying to keep her breath steady. She didn't want to admit it, not even to herself, but she knew, deep down, that Clara wasn't here by accident. Nothing in this house happened by accident anymore. Especially not now. Not after what she'd seen through the mirror. The mouth had stirred. It wanted more. And Clara was a delivery. But Evelyn also knew something else. Something even more disturbing than the realization that the house had resumed its hunger. She hadn't been forced to open the door. No spirit dragged her hand. No hypnotic whisper clouded her thoughts. She had chosen it. She had wanted to see. Wanted to know. And now she did. The mouth wasn't just a creature buried beneath the hill. It was old. Far older than Blackwood. Older than anything with a name. It had roots in the dirt, in the stone, in the air. And it remembered her. Because she had heard its lullaby. At 3:12 a.m., the candles went out. The clocks froze, and the humming began. But it wasn't the girl this time. It was Clara. Softly, under her breath. Her voice laced with something too old to belong to a child. Evelyn crept toward the living room and stood in the doorway, heart thudding. Clara was sitting up now, eyes wide open, still humming. But her teddy bear, once limp in her arms, was now sitting upright beside her, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, its one eye glowing faintly red in the darkness. "Clara," Evelyn whispered. The girl stopped humming. "I dreamed of the mouth," she said. "It's almost ready." Evelyn stepped back, feeling her skin crawl. Ready for what? To wake up. The next morning, the fog rolled in from the woods. Dense and colorless, it clung to the grass like spider webs, choking the trees, muting the world. Evelyn stood on the porch, arms wrapped around herself, staring down the hill. The fog hadn't been there yesterday. It wasn't like normal weather. It didn't move, it just was. Like a curtain pulled tight over the rest of the world. Somewhere in that fog, Evelyn knew, was the man with the eyes. And she couldn't stop thinking about what Clara had said. Lots and lots of eyes. That afternoon, they walked the perimeter of the property together. Clara insisted. "He wants to meet you," she said with a little smile, skipping ahead in the overgrown grass. "He said you'd come. Said you'd changed." Evelyn clenched her fists. "I haven't changed." Clara looked back over her shoulder. "You have. Your shadow's different now. It listens." Evelyn didn't ask what that meant. She didn't want to know. As they walked, she noticed something. The trees near the base of the hill, just where the fog began, were marked. Thin carvings in the bark, symbols that twisted in on themselves like insects eating their own tails. Some glistened with fresh sap, though the wounds looked ancient. Others blood. Clara stopped near the fence and knelt beside a rock. "This is where he spoke to me," she said. "He was wearing the skin of a deer. But his eyes were human. They blinked at different times. Some weren't even on his face." Evelyn knelt beside her, stomach twisting. "Why did he send you to me?" Clara tilted her head. "Because I'm the last bride." The words hung in the air heavy and wrong. The last bride. Evelyn remembered what the women behind the iron door had called themselves. The brides. All of them faceless. All of them humming. She'd assumed they were trapped there, prisoners of some old horror. But what if they weren't prisoners at all? What if they were servants? The fog crept closer that evening. It lapped at the edge of the fence now, no longer content to wait in the woods. Evelyn watched from the window, candles flickering behind her. The sun had barely set, but already the sky looked sickly and gray, the kind of sky that tasted like ash. That night, she dreamed of the Hall of Mirrors, dozens of them, each one showing a different version of herself, some screaming, some smiling, some gone mad, tearing at their own hair, but one stood still. The Evelyn in the last mirror wasn't scared. She was dressed in black lace, her eyes empty, her hands slick with something red. Behind her, Clara stood grinning with the teddy bear in her arms, and the girl, the thing Evelyn had first seen in the cradle, stood between them, whispering something in a voice like gravel and lullabies. Evelyn woke with her hand pressed to the wall, scratching something. She didn't remember getting out of bed, didn't remember what the symbol she was drawing meant, but it matched the ones carved in the trees. Outside, the fog was halfway up the hill. It had swallowed the path. The town was gone from view. Clara was already awake, sitting cross-legged on the kitchen floor, humming and tracing circles in the dust. "I dreamed of your wedding," she said without looking up. Evelyn didn't reply. That night, the mirror above the fireplace flickered. Not reflected flicker, actual flicker, like it was a screen showing something that couldn't be real. A forest, a clearing, torches arranged in a circle, and in the center a man. At least, Evelyn thought it was a man. He was tall, draped in layers of tattered animal skins, with bones tied into his beard. Antlers curled from his head like branches from a dead tree. And his face was a nightmare patchwork of stitched-on flesh, a dozen eyes watching from cheeks, from forehead, even from his neck. They blinked independently. Slowly, silently, he lifted a hand and waved. Then he pointed to the house. The mirror went black. Evelyn backed away, her breath frozen in her chest. "I think it's time," Clara said from behind her. Evelyn turned, startled. Time for what? For the feast. Evelyn didn't ask what that meant. She didn't want to know. That night, the house whispered louder. Voices in the floorboards, in the pipes, in the glass, names. All the same name. Evelyn, Evelyn, Evelyn. The mouth was hungry, and she could feel it now, pulsing beneath the floorboards, like a second heartbeat. At exactly 3:12 a.m., the house went silent. Not quiet, silent. Even the wind outside stopped. The candles froze mid-flicker. And Evelyn heard a knock at the door. 3 slow knocks, then nothing. She approached, barefoot, the floorboards cold beneath her. Her hand hovered over the knob. Another knock, a fourth softer, like a child. Clara appeared beside her. "You have to answer. It's rude not to." Evelyn turned the knob. Outside stood the man from the mirror. But he wasn't alone. Behind him, more children, all holding teddy bears, all wide-eyed and smiling. And behind them, dozens of women, brides, dresses torn, faces pale, mouths open, humming that same lullaby. The man bowed, his eyes all blinking in random rhythm. "We are gathered," he said. "Shall we begin?" Evelyn didn't know why she said yes, but she did, and the house smiled. By morning, the fog had devoured the hill. It moved like it had fingers, curled around the fences and slid through cracks in the windows. Evelyn stood at the top of the staircase, watching it seep into the parlor like breath exhaled from the earth. She had left the door open. The man had walked through, and everything after that felt like a memory borrowed from someone else's nightmare. Half remembered, sharp around the edges. The man didn't speak much. He didn't need to. His presence filled the house like smoke, like gravity. The eyes on his face never stopped blinking, twitching with lives of their own. One eye stared at Clara, another at Evelyn, and the others at walls, shadows, places that didn't seem to exist. The children followed him in silence, filing into the living room with eerie grace, each clutching a toy or trinket. Some old, some new. A doll without arms, a music box, a jar of teeth. They sat in a circle around the fireplace, cross-legged smiling. The brides followed last. Their gowns whispered like leaves across the rotting hardwood, lace dragging through ash and candle wax. Their faces were pale and featureless, as if they had forgotten how to be human, yet they moved with purpose. like they'd done this before, many times. Evelyn backed into the wall, breath shallow, as they passed her one by one, not looking at her, not touching her, but acknowledging her. Each of them dipped their head as they passed, as if recognizing her place among them. One of them paused, a tall woman with silver hair and a long veil stained at the hem, and placed something cold in Evelyn's hand. A key, small, iron, carved with a spiral on the head. The man turned and smiled. At least, Evelyn thought it was a smile. "The feast begins at dusk," he said, his voice like rusted hinges and wet stone. "Prepare the house. No further instructions. No questions." He walked into the hall and vanished, the children trailing behind him like ducklings. The brides dispersed, some slipping upstairs, others down into the dark hallways Evelyn had never dared explore. The house no longer felt like hers. It hadn't for days. But now it felt like something else entirely, something wearing the memory of a house. Clara stood beside her, head tilted. "You've been chosen," she said. "For what?" Evelyn whispered, though she already knew. "To welcome the mouth." The key burned in her palm. When she looked down, it had left a faint spiral imprint in her skin. She wanted to throw it away, run to the edge of the hill, scream until the fog choked her, but she didn't move. She couldn't. The house was part of her now, and she was part of it. That was the bargain. That was the price of opening the door. She walked upstairs, the key still in her hand, and found herself outside the study. A place she hadn't entered since the first week. Dust covered everything. Books with broken spines. Papers curling from moisture. But one drawer in the desk was open now. Inside, a letter. Her name written in looping, shaky ink. "Evelyn, if you're reading this, then the house has already chosen you. I tried to warn you. I tried to bury it with me. But it always finds a way out, just like it did with me. Just like it did with my mother. You'll think you have a choice. You don't. The mouth opens, and we feed it. Or it eats everything. There's a door in the cellar. One you won't find on any map. That's where it begins. The key will fit. But don't open it until it asks you to. If you open it too early, well, you'll see. I'm sorry." Genevieve Evelyn folded the letter and slid it into her pocket. The house groaned above her, wood twisting with pressure that didn't come from wind or rain. Something massive shifted. Something beneath. She knew what had to be done. She descended into the cellar. The stairs were older than the rest of the house, carved from stone, slick with moss. The air grew colder with each step, not just physically, it was dead cold, emotionless. Time didn't live down here, and yet she felt every second. The door was waiting at the far end, small, uneven, covered in chains that looked more decorative than secure. The spiral mark glowed faintly in the center. Evelyn lifted the key. Her hand trembled. The moment the key touched the lock, the house sighed. Not creaked, not moaned, sighed. As if something inside had been holding its breath for years. The door didn't open fully. It peeled. The wood cracked from the center, curling back like burned paper. And beyond it, nothing. Just a long black tunnel that pulsed like a throat. Not damp, not dry, just waiting. Evelyn turned away. She couldn't go in yet. Not until dusk. The feast had to come first. Upstairs, the brides were preparing the table. Evelyn watched as they moved in perfect rhythm, setting plates carved from bone and knives rusted from centuries of use. No food yet, just placeholders, ritual. Each seat had a name etched into the table in blood. One of the names was hers, another was Clara's. The rest were blank. The man returned just as the sun began to fall, eyes blinking in slow unison. He stood at the head of the table, raising one hand, and the house responded, lights dimming, floorboards groaning, windows shivering with silent wind. Then the guests arrived. Not people. Not really. They wore faces. Some new. Some half-rotted. Some just masks, tied with string and stitched with twine. They came through the doors and out of the walls, from beneath the stairs and behind the mirrors. Dozens of them. Crawling. Staggering. Drifting. Evelyn didn't flinch. She couldn't. The man raised his other hand, and they sat. Clara took her place beside Evelyn, her bear in her lap, still smiling. "It begins," she whispered. The man spoke once. "The mouth is ready." From the cellar, a sound rose like 1,000 whispers scraped against each other. Low and shuddering, the guests began to hum, a single, dissonant note that swelled and swelled until Evelyn thought her ears would bleed. Then silence. A bride stepped forward, placing a single dish in front of the man, a silver cloche. He lifted it. Inside was a heart, still beating. Evelyn didn't ask whose. The man picked it up with his bare hands, blood dripping down his arms, and held it high above the table. "Feed." And the feast began. The guests devoured the air, the sounds, the light. They didn't eat food. They ate meaning. Evelyn could feel it draining from the room. Memories, names, everything sacred, consumed and chewed until it no longer mattered. One guest turned to her. Empty eyes, smiling mouth. "You opened the door." Evelyn gritted her teeth. "Yes." "Then you will finish it." The tunnel call. Not with sound, but need. She rose, Clara beside her. The man didn't stop her. The guests didn't turn. They kept feeding. Evelyn walked to the cellar, down the stairs, through the broken door, into the dark. Clara followed. The tunnel was warmer now, and at the end of it, something breathing, waiting. The mouth, and it knew her name. It didn't open like a doorway. It unfolded, slowly, wetly. As though something ancient, something buried beneath centuries of stone and silence, had been waiting for just the right name to call. The tunnel pulsed with life now. The walls no longer stone, but something softer, something that yielded slightly to the touch, like skin stretched too thin. Evelyn's bare feet stuck with each step, the floor beneath her warm and vain, as though she was walking inside the belly of something dreaming. She didn't look back to see if Clara followed. She didn't need to. The girl was there, silent, close, humming under her breath again, that same lullaby that had haunted Evelyn's sleep for nights. The melody didn't echo in the air. It lived in it, like it was the air. The tunnel narrowed the further they went, bending, twisting, not with structure, but with intention. Evelyn felt it. The mouth was guiding her, not just physically. It was inside now. The words had started that morning, faint at first, like an idea, not even language, just thoughts not hers. They curled inside her skull, whispers in the shape of emotion. And now they spoke. "You brought the key. You opened the first gate. Now bring the name." She didn't understand what that meant. Not yet. But she could feel the urgency tightening around her. The mouth wasn't just hungry, it was waiting. For something. For her. The tunnel widened suddenly, opening into a chamber that defied everything she thought she knew about space. It shouldn't have fit beneath the hill. It shouldn't have existed. The ceiling arched so high it disappeared into blackness. The walls pulsed with veins of light, and at the center, rising from the floor like a grotesque altar, was the mouth. Not a creature, not a beast, but a living wound in reality. A vertical gash stretching from floor to ceiling. Lips of raw flesh pulled open by hooks that shimmered in the candlelight. The air around it trembled. It breathed, slowly, patiently. The sound of its exhale shook the bones in Evelyn's chest. She fell to her knees, not out of fear, but because her body simply gave out. Clara walked forward, untouched by it. The mouth didn't breathe at her. It watched. Even without eyes, it watched. Evelyn tried to speak. "What is it?" Clara turned, her voice small and steady. "It's everything that's ever been buried. Every secret no one was meant to tell. Every name forgotten in the dark. This is where they go." She pointed to the mouth. "They don't just disappear, Evelyn. They're fed." Evelyn's mouth was dry. "Why me?" Clara looked sad for the first time. "Because you listened." And then the voice returned, the mouth itself. Inside her mind. "Bring the name. Say it. Speak it." Evelyn's lips moved before she understood. "What name?" she asked. The mouth responded with a memory. Not hers, Genevieve's. A woman in white standing before the mouth decades ago, tears streaming down her face, and in her hands, a bundle wrapped in cloth. A baby. No, Evelyn whispered. No, no. She watched as Genevieve offered the child to the mouth. Not physically, with words. The mouth doesn't eat flesh, it eats names, true names. And once it has your name, the rest follows. The memory, the soul. Everything you were and everything you might have been, gone, swallowed, forgotten by the world above. And now it wanted Evelyn to offer a name. Not Clara, she said aloud. You can't have her. The mouth pulsed. Clara didn't move. She's already given herself, the girl said softly. I just wanted to see what kind of bride you'd be. I'm not. You are, Clara said. You opened the door. You carried the key. You fed the house. This is the last step. Evelyn's hands curled into fists. What happens if I don't say a name? The chamber trembled. Clara shrugged. It eats anyway. And not just one. Everyone in Blackwood. Everyone who remembers the house. It will start feeding. Until the world forgets where this hill even stood. Evelyn looked up at the mouth. It breathed in. Waiting. The silence that followed was unbearable. The kind of silence that presses against your ears, makes your thoughts scream to fill the void. Evelyn felt tears sting her eyes. Her mind scrambled. Was there another way? Could she trick it? Could she offer a false name? You try, said the mouth, and we take 10. Clara took a step closer, her voice as flat as glass. It needs truth. Only truth. That's the rule. Evelyn closed her eyes. Her mind raced. A name. Any name. Someone no one would miss. But every time she thought of a stranger, the mouth grew still, disappointed, bored. It had standards. It wanted someone who mattered. She tried to think of Genevieve again, of the moment the house had chosen her, of the letter and the warnings. But her thoughts kept drifting back to one moment. Standing at the front door, opening it for Clara, letting her in. She had welcomed this. And deep down, she knew what the name had to be. I'm sorry, she said to no one, to everyone. Then, softly, clearly, she said her own name. Evelyn. The chamber stilled. Clara's expression didn't change. The mouth sighed, and the world forgot her. She felt it first in her chest. A gentle tug, like threads being pulled loose. Her memories began to fade, one by one. Like pages torn from a book, her childhood, her favorite song, the sound of her father's voice. Gone, not just from her, but from the world. She could feel it unraveling. Her name slipping into the mouth, chewed and swallowed and erased. But even as the darkness closed in, something else stirred. A memory that wasn't hers. A hand reaching for hers in the dark. Dozens of hands. The bride's. They hadn't been consumed. They'd been bound. And now they reached for her. Evelyn screamed, not in fear, but in defiance, and grabbed the hands. In that moment, something snapped. The mouth convulsed, lips pulling tighter, hooks snapping from the walls. It wasn't expecting this. She had given her name, but she hadn't let go. Instead of surrender, she held on. To herself, to the others, to every name the mouth had swallowed. The chamber shook violently. The tunnel behind her collapsed in a spray of bone and ash. Clara fell to her knees, the humming stopping. The brides pulled Evelyn forward, not away from the mouth, but into it. Into the darkness, into the truth. And for the first time in centuries, the mouth choked. And it screamed. The scream didn't sound like something made by flesh and lungs. It rang through the chamber like iron shrieking against iron, a terrible metallic howl that rattled Evelyn's bones and cracked the air itself. The mouth twisted in on itself, spasming like a dying animal, hooks tearing loose from the stone above, flesh ripping in long. Wet streaks as the wound in reality convulsed. And Evelyn, her name already half swallowed, her memories unraveling like thread, was pulled in, not pushed, pulled. The brides held her tight, their hands no longer cold, no longer faceless. They were women again, eyes returning, fingers warm, their voices humming louder now, but not the lullaby. No, this was something older, a call, a protest, a battle cry. Their song wove around Evelyn like a rope, like armor, holding her together as she passed through the mouth and into what lay beyond. Darkness didn't describe what waited on the other side. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was the absence of time, of matter, of self. Evelyn couldn't tell if she was falling, floating, or simply no longer moving at all. Shapes drifted past her, whispering. Some wept, some screamed without mouths, and some, far worse, laughed. This was the nameless place. The place where all the names consumed by the mouth were buried, and it was vast, endless. She could feel them all around her, echoes of children no one remembered, mothers erased from family photos, entire bloodlines blinked out of history, forgotten songs, forgotten graves, forgotten souls, and all of them were awake. Evelyn stumbled through the void, pieces of herself clinging like frost. She could feel her name slipping away still, piece by piece. Memories of birthdays, smells she used to love, the texture of her first kiss, all unraveling into the dark. But the bride's song, still echoing inside her, held the center of her identity like a tether. She didn't know how long it would last. She just knew she had to move. Ahead of her something stirred, not a shape, not a creature, but a presence, massive, watching, hungry. The mouth, even here, was not done. It had never been just a thing in the basement. Never just an anomaly under the house. It was this place, the maw between memory and meaning, the drain at the center of reality. And Evelyn, now suspended inside its gut, had given herself willingly. But that act had fractured something. The mouth wasn't used to sacrifice with resistance. It had expected her to break. Instead, she had held on. And now it was starving. "You don't belong here," said a voice behind her. Evelyn spun. A woman stood there, familiar eyes, pale skin, elegant posture. Genevieve, but not as Evelyn had known her. This Genevieve was whole, dressed in mourning black, but proud, powerful. "You weren't supposed to come here," she said softly. "I gave my name," Evelyn rasped. Her voice felt like it came from behind a wall. "You offered it. But you didn't surrender. I didn't know what I was doing." Genevieve stepped forward. Her face was lined, but unbroken. She radiated clarity in the way people do when they've been lost for so long. They've forgotten what it means to be afraid. "No one ever does," she said. "But you did something we've never seen before. You fought back." Evelyn looked around. "Where are we?" Genevieve's eyes shimmered. "This is the graveyard of names. Every soul who was ever given to the mouth lives here, or what's left of them." A pause. "Unless someone calls them back." Evelyn frowned. "Calls them back how?" Genevieve pointed to Evelyn's chest. "There's a piece of you still real, still tethered. That's what's keeping you from disappearing completely. But it won't last." "What do I do?" "You do what the brides never could. You speak the names." Evelyn shook her head. "I don't know them." "You will. Look closer." And suddenly Evelyn could see. The void shimmered and pulled away like fog burned by light. Figures emerged, ghostly and trembling, not entirely human anymore, but still there. Hundreds, maybe thousands, all with mouths sealed shut, all watching her with hollow eyes. And somehow in that silence, Evelyn heard them. Not their words, but their names. Whispers in her blood, etched in her marrow. She turned back to Genevieve. "You want me to give them back?" "Yes. But won't that break something?" Genevieve gave a small, sad smile. "It already has." Evelyn stepped forward, reaching out toward the first figure. A child with hair matted to her face, clutching a doll made of bone. The girl looked up at her, lips trembling. Evelyn closed her eyes and said the name that bloomed inside her skull. "Amelia." The void shook. A light flared, brief, blinding, and the girl vanished. But not like the others had, not in a puff of dust or shadow. She ascended, a burst of warmth, like something remembered. One by one, Evelyn began calling names. Jonas, Maeve, Tobias, Sister Ansel. Every name cracked the dark. Every name was a rebellion. The mouth screamed. Not with pain, with rage. It surged forward from the dark, its shape enormous, made of tendrils of unformed thought and dissolving language. The center of it, its true body, wasn't flesh. It was a void in the shape of a mouth, surrounded by jaws of memory. Every name Evelyn freed was a tooth pulled from its grip. The brides appeared beside her again, chanting louder now, their song rising into something transcendent. Their voices weren't pretty. They weren't harmonious. They were real, a force of will. Evelyn reached the final figure, a woman kneeling, face buried in her hands. She recognized her. It was her mother, not as she had died, as she had forgotten. Tears welled in Evelyn's eyes. She knelt, placed her hands on the woman's shoulders, and said the name, Margaret. Her mother looked up, smiled, and vanished in light. The mouth recoiled. It had lost its grip. The void cracked. For the first time in history, the nameless place began to collapse. The mouth screamed one final time as its wound, stitched shut, as the names it had held for centuries escaped its belly. Its breath caught, its presence thinned. It was dying. And Evelyn, who had offered her name, now stood in the center of it all, whole again. No longer Evelyn the caretaker. Evelyn the bride. She was something else now. Evelyn, the rememberer. The brides surrounded her. Genevieve stepped forward. You did it, she said. You closed it. Evelyn shook her head. No, I emptied it. The mouth shrank into itself, the last of its darkness flickering like a dying flame. The chamber around her began to fracture, light pouring through every crack in the walls. And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything went white. When she opened her eyes, she was lying in the grass at the base of Blackwood Hill. The fog was gone. The sun had risen, and the house was no longer there. Only a field of flowers dancing in the wind. Behind her, a little girl's voice spoke. Do you remember me? Evelyn turned. Clara stood barefoot in the dew-soaked grass, but her eyes were different now, truly human. I do, Evelyn whispered. All of you, Clara smiled. Then ran into the wind, and Evelyn walked down the hill, every step echoing a name. No one spoke of Blackwood Hill after that day. It wasn't fear anymore. It was absence. A vacuum in the minds of the townspeople, like the house had never stood, like the screams had never echoed, like the fog had never rolled down and pressed its cold hands against the windows. The space it once occupied was now a gentle slope of wildflowers, purple, white, blood-red poppies that never wilted, no foundation, no rubble, just nature claiming what had once been a wound. But Evelyn remembered. She remembered everything, and she remembered everyone. Their names beat inside her chest like a second heart. At first, she couldn't make sense of it, the weight of it, the density. It was like carrying 1,000 lives in a body built for only one. But as the days passed, she found herself adjusting. Her thoughts stretched wider, her memories deepened. She would smell lilacs in the air and suddenly recall a woman named Delia who used to grow them in her window box before the mouth took her. She'd hear a melody hummed by a passing child and taste the memory of a brother's lullaby. The memories weren't hers, but they were in her. Every name she had spoken in the nameless place had left a root inside her mind. And the house, the mouth, the horror that lived beneath Blackwood, it was truly gone, but not dead, just buried again, waiting, maybe, for someone else to open a door they shouldn't. Evelyn left town quietly. No goodbyes, no suitcase. She walked away from the field of flowers barefoot, her shoes abandoned beside a patch of forget-me-nots. Wherever she passed, the ground stirred behind her, not menacingly, almost gently, as though the earth itself remembered her footfalls. She felt no hunger, no thirst. Sleep came easily, dreams even easier. But always, she would wake with another name on her lips. One she hadn't remembered freeing. One that had been buried deeper than the others. It wasn't long before she began to understand the truth. The mouth hadn't only swallowed the past. It had stored it. Evelyn hadn't just freed the lost. She had become their keeper, the rememberer. 3 towns over, in a village named Fenbrook, Evelyn found a small cottage at the edge of the woods, abandoned, ivy-covered, damp with neglect, the kind of place people instinctively avoid, not out of fear, but discomfort, like they sense the house remembers too much. Evelyn stepped inside, looked around, and knew it would serve. It wasn't home, but it would be hers. She cleaned it without thinking, her hands guided by muscle memory that wasn't hers. She repaired windows with skills she'd never learned, repainted cabinets in colors she didn't know she liked, sewed curtains in silence, hearing songs only the dead could recall, and all the while, the names inside her whispered. They wanted to be spoken, but not in screams, not in fear, in story. That's how it began. The townspeople of Fenbrook first heard of the strange woman at the edge of the woods from the old postman, who claimed she fixed his dislocated shoulder without touching him. Then came the children, sneaking through the trees, drawn by the sound of soft singing. She never scolded them, just smiled and offered a cup of tea and a story. Always a story, of a girl named Maeve who danced in a field of fireflies, of a boy named Tobias who could hear the stars whisper to him, of a woman named Delia who kept love letters in her shoes so no one would find them. People assumed she was making them up. They didn't realize she was remembering them. The first time Evelyn saw the fog again, she was standing in her garden, hands deep in the soil. It slithered through the trees like something alive, tendrils of pale mist that brushed her face, tasted her breath, and waited. Her pulse didn't quicken. She didn't run. Instead, she whispered a name. Clara. The fog paused, then dissipated. The mouth was watching. Not near, not risen, but still aware. It wasn't angry, it wasn't hungry. Not yet. But it was curious. And Evelyn understood that it always would be. Because something had changed. She had not just resisted the mouth. She had fed it truth. And in doing so, she had taught it something new. Regret. That night, the dreams came thicker than ever. The nameless place revisited her not with terror, but with need. She saw faces blurred by centuries, voices struggling to be heard, hands reaching from beneath layers of forgotten time. And for each one, Evelyn spoke their name aloud. Her breath became ritual, her voice a bridge. But then, one night, a name came that stopped her, not with fear, with confusion, because the name was her own, Evelyn, spoken not by her, but by the mouth. In her dream, it took form. No longer a gaping wound in reality, no longer flesh or shadow, but a shape, a woman, pale, ageless, her hair the color of rusted metal. She sat at a table made of bone, sipping tea from a cup that screamed when it was lifted. "Do you remember me?" the figure asked. Evelyn stood in the doorway silent. "You pulled me apart," the figure said, "tore my teeth from the roots, set free what I was meant to keep, and yet..." The woman placed her cup down, and the sound of it echoed like a falling star. "I still want to thank you." Evelyn stepped closer. "For what?" "For giving me meaning." The figure smiled, and it was a terrible, broken thing. "I ate meaning for so long, I forgot what it was like to have it." Evelyn's hands trembled. She wasn't afraid, but something in her soul shivered. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing," the mouth said. "Not yet." A pause. "But one day someone will call your name again. Someone like you. Someone who remembers too much." "And what then?" Evelyn asked. The mouth's form flickered. "Not dissolving, evolving. Then I'll ask you to come back." Evelyn woke in a sweat, the sheets wrapped tight around her limbs. The candle she had lit before bed was melted down to the table. She looked toward the window. The trees swayed gently in the night breeze. The fog was gone, but she knew it would return. Not today, not tomorrow, but one day. Until then, she would live, and she would remember. Names forgotten by the world. Faces buried in silence. Stories never told. Because some horrors don't end. They just learn how to wait. And Evelyn Rourke, the girl who fed the mouth her name and tore herself free from its hunger, was no longer just a woman. She was a vault of memory. And memory, true memory, is more terrifying than any monster, because it never dies. It only waits for someone to say it out loud. It began with a whisper. Not in the wind, not in a dream, not even in Evelyn's mind. This time, it came from outside. A voice that trembled on the edges of reality. So faint it could have been a breeze rustling through the trees. But Evelyn knew better. She had felt the difference. This was not the world breathing. It was the veil between things stirring, and it spoke just one word, again and again. Evelyn. At first, she ignored it. She had learned to silence voices. Learned how to separate the dead from the living, how to carry memories without being swallowed by them. But this voice, it wasn't a name begging to be remembered. It wasn't a lost soul trying to crawl its way back to meaning. It was calling her. The first time she heard it, she was chopping wood. She paused, axe mid-swing, heart thudding like it used to when she'd still feared the dark. She turned slowly, eyes scanning the woods behind her cottage. Nothing, just trees. Still, silent, watching Evelyn. The voice came again, not louder, not closer, clearer. That night, she didn't sleep. She lit every candle she owned. Each flickering flame a ward against the creeping feeling inside her. She'd felt this once before. On the threshold of the cradle room. The moment before she first opened the iron door beneath the Hawthorne estate. That same sense of being observed from the inside out. The next day, she found the footprints, small, bare, leading from the edge of the forest to her garden. No signs of approach, no exit path. Just a line of dirt, pressed impressions ending at the tree stump where she often sat in the afternoons. They hadn't been there the day before. She followed them with her eyes and found something nestled beside the stump. A book. Its cover was cracked leather, scorched at the corners. No title, no author. She didn't pick it up at first, just stared, heart pounding. The dirt around it was fresh, damp like it had been unearthed. When she finally lifted it, it was cold to the touch, unnaturally cold. She flipped it open. The first page was blank, so was the second, and the third. But the fourth had a name, Evelyn Rourke, and beneath it, written in jagged handwriting that shifted as she read, was a single sentence: "She will call you back, and you will answer." She dropped the book. The forest hushed around her. And then the voice came again, right at the base of her spine, like breath curling against skin. Evelyn. This time, she turned and saw her. A girl, not Clara, not any of the brides. This one was younger, maybe 8, maybe 9, wrapped in rags that fluttered in wind that didn't exist. Her hair was silver blonde, matted with leaves and dirt, and her face, Evelyn would never forget that face. It was her own, not older, not aged. Younger, much younger. A mirror of Evelyn at 9 years old, right down to the freckle under her left eye. The girl stared, her mouth moving, but no sound came. Evelyn whispered, "Who are you?" The girl didn't blink. Her lips quivered. "Don't you remember?" she mouthed, and then she vanished, not into mist, not into the woods, but into nothing. Gone like an erased word. Evelyn collapsed to her knees, not from fear, from something worse. Recognition. The voice wasn't just calling her name. It was her. Something had cracked open. Something Evelyn hadn't dared revisit since she gave her name to the mouth. In freeing others, she had kept one truth locked away. Her own beginning. She had remembered everyone else. Every forgotten soul. Every whispered name. Except hers. That night, she opened the book again. The pages were no longer blank. They were filling themselves in, line by line, in her handwriting, but not from her hand. Memories. Not of the mouth. Not of the brides, but of the before. The kind of memories that come before language. The way the hallway smelled in her childhood home. The color of her mother's nightgown. The lullaby she never remembered hearing until now. And at the center of it all, a door. Smaller than the iron one, wooden, cracked, hidden behind a bookshelf in her childhood bedroom. She had forgotten it existed. But the moment she saw it drawn on the page, she remembered what lay behind it. Not a room. A place made of wrong. Black floors that reflected nothing. shadows that moved without cause, and a woman, tall and grinning, who whispered promises through the cracks. "Give me your name, and I'll take your pain." Evelyn had agreed. She'd been 9, and the mouth hadn't come for her at Hawthorne Hill. It had already had her. All her life, she'd carried its mark. That was why she heard the lullaby before anyone else. That was why the house had chosen her, because long before she'd opened the cradle door, she had already let it in. And now the price was due. The following morning, the wind changed. It blew inward, toward the cottage, and along with it came the scent, not jasmine, not rot, but salt, tears. Evelyn stepped out into the woods and found the trees leaning away from her path. Birds no longer sang. No crickets chirped. No animals moved. Everything had gone still, and in that stillness something returned. Clara. Standing in the field where the house had once stood. Only now, she wasn't alone. Behind her stood dozens of children, all of them pale, barefoot, blank-eyed, all of them versions of Evelyn, different ages, different haircuts, clothes, moments of a life fractured. "Why are you showing me this?" Evelyn whispered. Clara didn't answer. She stepped forward and held out the book. It had one new line. "You gave your name to escape the pain. Now remember the pain and take back your name." She clutched it to her chest and fell to the ground, the weight of all those selves pressing against her. She remembered the door. She remembered opening it. She remembered the thing on the other side. But most importantly, she remembered why she had done it. Her mother had died screaming in the night, lungs full of smoke. Evelyn locked outside the house, too small to break the window. The grief had eaten her from the inside. The voices had whispered. They had promised peace. All she had to do was forget, and she had. Until now. As the sun dipped below the trees, Evelyn stood among the flowers of Blackwood Hill, surrounded by her former selves, her story unfolding in her hands like a curse undone. She looked toward the horizon, where the mouth had once breathed through the soil, and for the first time she said her full name aloud. "My name is Evelyn Rourke." The trees bent in the wind. The ground shifted, and far below, very far below, something stirred, but not in hunger, in acknowledgement. She hadn't silenced the mouth, she had changed it, and in doing so, she had changed herself. The girl in rags smiled one last time and whispered, "Now you can begin," and vanished. This time, for good. Evelyn didn't speak for 3 days. Not a word, not a whisper. The silence wasn't grief, it was something deeper. A stillness that came after unraveling, the kind that settles when a thread has been pulled too far and what's left is a body without story, a voice with no direction. She wandered the edges of the forest like a ghost caught between worlds, her feet touching the earth but her mind elsewhere. Everywhere, the name had been spoken, her name, fully, completely, and in doing so, she had anchored herself again. But the thing about remembering what you once gave away is that sometimes something comes back with it. It started small. A flicker in the mirror, a breath in the wrong room, a voice that said her name with a slight lilt that wasn't hers. She chalked it up to fatigue. Echoes. Residue from touching something that deep. But by the 4th night, she stopped pretending. The voice wasn't in her head. It was in the walls. It didn't sound monstrous, not like the mouth. It didn't snarl, didn't hiss, didn't echo with millennia of forgotten sorrow. No, it sounded familiar, calm, human, but it wasn't hers. "Evelyn," it would say gently as she stirred from sleep. "Are you awake?" It began to speak more often as the nights passed, not constant, not threatening, just present, and always the same tone, soft, inviting, curious. It asked questions. "Do you remember me? Do you wonder why you were chosen? Do you want to know the rest?" That was the one that stopped her cold. Because Evelyn had believed she had seen the rest. The mouth, the brides, the nameless place, the truth of her own history, peeled back like rotten wallpaper. What could be left? She broke her silence on the 5th night, alone in the cottage by the fire. She stared into the mirror above the hearth, the one that had never quite reflected correctly since her return. And she asked, "Who are you?" The voice replied, immediately, like it had just been waiting for permission. "I'm the part of you that didn't come back." The fire sputtered. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened. "What does that mean?" she asked. "You remember your name. You remember the pain. You remember the story. But something stayed behind. The piece you left in the mouth. I wore it." Evelyn gripped the arm of the chair. "Why are you here? Because you called me?" it said. "No, Yes, you did. When you remembered. When you said the name fully. You didn't just anchor yourself. You dragged me out with you." Evelyn felt her pulse in her throat. This wasn't possession. This wasn't haunting. This was inheritance. Some fragment of her, broken off in the mouth and shaped by the nameless place, had found its way back. Not as a ghost. As a voice. A presence. "Are you me?" she asked. The mirror shimmered, just slightly. I was. Silence stretched. The fire popped. Outside, wind brushed against the windows like fingers. "Why now?" Evelyn whispered. "Because you're not done." Those words hit her like a slap. I emptied the mouth. I freed the names. I remembered. "But not all of them," the voice interrupted. "There are names that never made it in. Names stolen before the mouth. Names erased in other ways. They're crying out now. You hear them." Evelyn swallowed. She had been hearing things. Not voices. Not words. But tones. Musical fragments. Sighs. Gut pulling weight pressing against the edges of her mind. "You want me to go back?" she asked. The voice replied, "There's nowhere to go back to. This isn't about the mouth anymore." Evelyn blinked. "Then what?" A pause. "Then this is about what comes next." The next morning, Evelyn found the book again. The same one that had appeared beside the stump. It was lying open on her doorstep, pages fluttering in the wind. Except now, it had changed again. Every page was filled, but not with her handwriting. These words were etched, burned into the parchment like fire had kissed the paper gently. Every page bore a name, not from the mouth, from something older, names that hummed with weight, names Evelyn didn't recognize but felt. And at the very back, a map, rough, unmarked, a trail carved through mountains, forests, rivers, and at the end, a place called the Hollow Tree. The voice whispered again, not from the walls this time, but from the wind. That's where it began. Evelyn packed a satchel. Not out of duty. Out of knowing. This was not a journey of vengeance or closure. This was a reckoning. Because the mouth, it was only one hunger. There were others, and someone, or something was waking them up. She left the cottage as the sun rose, the field of flowers swaying behind her. She didn't look back. The house would be safe. For now. The brides, whatever remained of them, watched over it still. She walked for hours before she heard the voice again. Not the one from the mirror. A new one. A child's laugh. From the trees. And something deep inside her, the part forged in the darkness, smiled. The hollow tree was waiting, and beneath its roots, something buried still breathed. The hollow tree didn't appear on any map, modern, ancient, or imagined. It lived beyond lines and borders in a sliver of the world that didn't follow the same rules as the rest. Evelyn walked for days, maybe longer, following a path that shifted underfoot, sometimes forested, sometimes cracked and dry like a desert long forgotten by water. Nights came quick, like a blink, and the stars above blinked back with unfamiliar constellations. Jagged, twitching patterns that felt too deliberate to be natural. She didn't sleep. Not properly. When she closed her eyes, the names returned, not whispered this time, but sung in a deep, guttural tone that came from the soil. The names bled through the dirt like oil, pooling at the base of trees, curling into fog that slithered along her heels. And always, always, at the edge of the dream, the tree. It was enormous, its trunk cracked open like a rib cage, limbs stretching out into a sky that flickered like static. Its roots pulsed like veins, and its leaves never moved even when the wind screamed. On the seventh day, Evelyn found it. No drumroll, no thunder. Just a clearing where the air dropped 20 degrees and the light dimmed, even at noon. There it stood, the hollow tree. Not hollow like dead trees you find in broken forests. No, hollow as in dugout, emptied, as in used. Its trunk was wide enough to swallow a carriage. Bark stripped in places, revealing wood that shimmered dark red beneath, as if it had been soaked from the inside out. But what truly made Evelyn's heart stop was what hung from it. Hair, strands of hair. Long, short, braided, knotted, some faded and brittle, some fresh, tied to the lower branches, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, trophies or offerings, and beneath each one, carved into the bark with something sharp and precise, was a name, none that Evelyn recognized. But the book did. She flipped it open and saw every name beneath, every braid already listed, burned into the pages. All except one, a blank space at the very end. And beneath that, a single phrase, "What was cut will return." Her fingers trembled. The air thickened. The roots beneath her boots twitched, just slightly, as if reacting to the weight of her memory. The voice inside, the one that had once called itself the piece she left behind, whispered again, "This tree does not grow, it stores." She stepped forward. The ground gave a slow, groaning creak, as if warning her. The moment she crossed the tree's shadow, her breath caught. It was not just a tree. It was a mouth of a different kind. Not one that devoured names, but spat them out. Evelyn circled the trunk slowly. Around the back, where the roots rose and twisted like skeletal hands, she found the hollow. It gaped open like a wound, dark and yawning. And she knew without being told, this is where she had to go. Not because it called her, because she had called it. Before she entered, she tied her own hair back with a red ribbon. A small act, a quiet defense. There was something sacred about keeping what this tree had taken from so many others. Then she ducked and stepped inside. The air was damp, thick, and impossibly deep. The hollow was much larger than it appeared from outside. A staircase descended directly from the mouth of the tree, carved into roots that pulsed with faint warmth. The walls bled sap that glowed faintly blue in the dark, casting the tunnel in a dull, sick light. The deeper she went, the quieter everything became. No wind, no birds, no breath, just her own heartbeat, and eventually, not even that, because something else took it. She didn't feel it stop. But somewhere down in the dark, Evelyn realized she was no longer breathing, not like she used to. The air didn't fill her lungs, it filled her mind, breathing thoughts into her that weren't hers. Histories, moments, regrets. At the bottom of the stairs was a chamber, massive, root-lined, and at the center, a pool, black, still, not water, memory. It shimmered without light, reflected nothing. But as she approached, faces rose from the surface, not in clarity, not like ghosts, like impressions, like fingerprints pressed against fabric, and they knew her. One by one, they formed. A woman with no eyes, humming into the dirt. A child with half a face, holding a severed braid. A man screaming without sound as his skin peeled in the reflection. And then, one final image. Herself, but older, wrinkled, eyes sunken and hollow, kneeling at the edge of this very pool. Evelyn fell to her knees as the voice returned, louder now. No longer whispering, "You remembered the names. But you never asked why they were forgotten." She gasped, clutching her chest. The chamber pulsed. Roots curled tighter above her. The reflection changed again, this time showing the first offering. A woman, hundreds of years ago, cutting her own braid and whispering into the tree, "My daughter's name is Isolde. Take it, spare her." The tree had accepted it, and so it began. Generations of memory, of sorrow, of desperate people bartering names to protect those they loved. Not to save them from monsters, but to erase their grief. A name offered and pain removed. A transaction. The hollow tree wasn't evil. It was a system. It didn't take names. It was fed them. By choice. Evelyn trembled. The mouth hadn't been the origin. It had been one of many. One of the fruits of the hollow tree. What was cut will return, the book had said. Now she understood. The names that had been bartered away, erased by bargain and blood, they had nowhere to go when the tree died. No family, no memories, just emptiness. And the mouth, that yawning wound beneath Blackwood, had been their grave, until Evelyn opened it. And now, all of it was coming back. The brides, the names, the grief, the debt. It wasn't over. The roots had woken, and they wanted balance. She backed away from the pool, but the ground pulsed beneath her. A single root snapped free and whipped across her ankle, yanking her down. She screamed, silently. Her voice didn't carry here. It echoed inside. The reflection of herself in the pool blinked and smiled. The tree whispered again, not in words, but in understanding. If you carry the names, you must carry the weight. Evelyn's satchel ripped open. The book fell into the pool. And for the first time in her life, Evelyn felt forgotten, not by others, but by herself. And then something touched her shoulder. A hand. Small. Clara. But not the Clara she had known. This Clara had roots growing from her spine. Eyes made of bark. She leaned close and whispered in Evelyn's ear. You can't remember them all alone. And with that, the chamber split open. Roots tore down from the ceiling. The memory pool erupted upward, forming a spine of black water, twisting and shrieking with voices long buried. And Evelyn, she didn't run. She stood, arms wide, and let them enter. Not as a burden, but as a promise. She would carry the forgotten, all of them, but she would not let them be erased again. Not by the mouth, not by the tree, not by anyone. And as the ground shook and the hollow tree screamed its ancient sorrow into the night sky, Evelyn's voice, clear and whole, cut through it all. No more trades, no more silence, no more forgetting. This time, the roots would remember. The hollow tree burned without fire. It wasn't flame that consumed it. It was memory. So many names flooding back into the roots that had once devoured them, turning them into whispers, shadows, flickers of pain too sharp to hold. But Evelyn held them now. All of them. As she stood in the heart of the chamber, arms open. The memory, pool spiraling around her like a spine of black light, the tree shuddered. Roots snapped from the ceiling like loosened teeth. Bark split with a sound like bone being peeled. It didn't want to let go. It had never learned how. And yet, it was letting go. Because Evelyn wasn't bargaining. She wasn't begging. She was remembering, and not for herself. For them. For the ones who had been traded away in desperation. For the ones whose names had been offered like currency to a system that had no concept of mercy, only transaction. The Clara, like creature beside her, the girl with bark for skin and roots tangled in her spine, watched in silence. There was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before: awe. Maybe even fear. As if this was not what the tree had expected. As if Evelyn had broken something sacred by refusing to forget. When the last root tore free from the ceiling and crashed into the pool, the chamber went still. Then it began to collapse, not with rage, with relief. The air changed, grew warmer, not gentle, no. This heat came with sweat and blood and pressure. The kind that precedes birth or death. Evelyn stumbled back as the pool began to dry, shrinking into the floor, leaving behind cracked stone etched with hundreds of names. She recognized them, all of them, and in the center, where the pool had once breathed, a new mark was carved: IEVL unro RKE par OF sorrow. The ground shook once more, not violently, but enough to warn her leave now. The girl reached out a hand. Evelyn hesitated only a second before taking it. They ran through the collapsing tunnel, ducking falling roots, pushing through sap, coated vines that screamed as they were torn. The stairwell twisted underfoot, a spiral with no rhythm. And Evelyn felt time slipping again, stretching and shrinking in pulses that made her teeth ache. But she held on, to the girl's hand, to the names in her chest, to herself. When they burst out of the hollow into the clearing, the sun had set. The tree behind them groaned, splintered, and with a final, hollow exhale, it imploded. Not into fire, not into dust, but into soil. It fell in on itself, layer by layer, branch by branch, until only a wide, black crater remained. And then, as Evelyn watched in stunned silence, the earth began to move again, this time growing. From the edges of the pit, grass sprouted, flowers bloomed. Not like the ones on Blackwood Hill. These were strange, sharp, edged, and thorn, but alive nonetheless. They hissed softly in the breeze, like breathing. Evelyn looked at the girl, her hands still entwined in hers. "You're not Clara," she said. The girl nodded once. "I was the first." Evelyn felt her blood chill. The first the first to remember. They stood there, the last two souls who truly understood what had happened, as the hollow tree reseeded itself into something new. Something changed. That night, Evelyn sat at the edge of the crater writing. The book had returned to her satchel, rebuilt, heavier than before, but warm. She opened to a fresh page and wrote down the girl's name, Isolde. The name shimmered on the page, then sank into it, like ink into thirsty parchment. The girl, Isolde, watched her with quiet eyes. "You're going to write all of them down." Evelyn nodded. "Every single one." "What happens when you're finished?" Evelyn didn't answer right away. She closed the book gently, as if it might crumble in her hands. Then she said, "That depends on who wants to forget them next." Because she understood now, this wasn't about one tree, or one wound in the world. There were others, mouths, cradles, wells of silence scattered across the earth, some hidden in rituals, others disguised as history. Places where people went to bury pain, to erase truth. Evelyn had torn open one. It had screamed. And now others would hear. She turned to Isolde. "Will you come with me?" The girl tilted her head. "Will I grow up this time?" Evelyn smiled softly. "You already are." They left the clearing together, walking into a world that no longer shimmered with magic, no longer whispered with names. But Evelyn knew it was still there, under the surface, beneath schools, churches, forests, basements. The hunger to forget. The quiet pact made between pain and the people who carry it. They walked until the sky turned gray again, until the road forked. And at the edge of a sleepy village called Dorn's Hollow, Evelyn stopped. There was a child crying by a well, alone, thin, afraid. The girl saw Evelyn and ran into her arms without a word, sobbing into her coat. Evelyn looked into the well and felt it. Another silence, another place where names were meant to drown. She held the girl close and spoke gently. "Tell me your name." The girl sobbed once more, then whispered, "I forgot." Evelyn nodded, unwrapped her satchel, and opened the book. "Then let's remember it together," because the names would keep falling, and someone had to catch them. The child's arms clung around Evelyn like roots in a flood, tight, shaking, desperate not to be torn away. She was thin, all bone and sorrow, her clothes soaked through with the heavy damp that clung to places that should have forgotten how to breathe. Evelyn could feel the girl's ribs beneath her coat, not just from hunger, from something deeper. Like this little one had been hollowed out long before Evelyn arrived. Not by cruelty, not even by neglect, but by absence, the slow siphon of self that comes from being unnoticed for too long. Evelyn knelt beside the well and peered into it. No water, just dark, not black, not empty, dark, the kind of dark that repelled sound, a place where echoes should bounce back, should remind you that you were alive and loud and real. But instead, when Evelyn whispered hello into the well, the silence that came back wasn't empty. It was full. It swallowed the word completely, as if her voice had never existed at all. Behind her, the little girl coughed and tugged her sleeve. Evelyn turned. "What is it?" The girl sniffled. "It's not supposed to take my name." Evelyn's breath caught. "What did you give it?" "I didn't give anything," she said, voice small and raw. "It just took. I was talking to it. And then I couldn't remember who I was. Not even my parents. They tried to help, but then they started forgetting too. They don't remember me now. I went home and no one knew me." The words sliced through Evelyn like a cold wind. She turned back to the well and placed her hands on the stone rim. It was rough, ancient. Moss clung to the crevices like mold on memory. It wasn't just old. It was watching, listening. This wasn't the mouth. This wasn't the hollow tree. This was something simpler, but no less dangerous. A well of forgetting, not fed by water, fed by attention. The more you looked, the more it remembered what you gave it. And in return, it made you disappear. Did you tell anyone else? Evelyn asked the girl. She shook her head. I tried. But when I started talking about it, they looked confused. Then they stopped looking at me at all. Evelyn placed a hand on her own chest, grounding herself. The names were still there. The book in her satchel pulsed faintly against her side. Do you remember anything at all? She asked the child. The girl frowned, concentrating. My favorite color used to be yellow, she whispered. But I don't know what yellow is anymore. Evelyn closed her eyes. This well didn't devour names like the mouth. It devoured recognition. And once the world forgot you, the rest followed. She opened the book. The page that turned wasn't blank. It was smudged, as if a name had been written and half erased. The ink swirled in circles, trying to reform letters that didn't know themselves anymore. Evelyn stared at it, and as she did, her fingers began to twitch, not with memory, with instinct. Her hand moved. The pen wrote, Junia. The moment the ink dried, the little girl gasped, her shoulders tensed, her breath hitched, and then the first tears fell. That's me, she whispered. Evelyn pulled her close, her own throat tight. Junia. That was her name, not from a dream, not from some long-forgotten place, but from now, from here. And the well, now aware that it had lost something, shifted. Evelyn felt it in her feet first, a vibration, soft but wrong, then in the air. The sky didn't darken, the clouds didn't change, but light bent strangely around the well, as if the world had suddenly decided it didn't want to acknowledge that space anymore. Evelyn stood slowly, placing herself between Junia and the stone rim. No more, she said aloud. The well answered with silence, not emptiness, spite. Evelyn knew this feeling well, the presence behind nothingness, the bruised ego of something ancient and unseen, furious at being denied its meal. She opened the book again. The page after Junia's name was waiting, blank, an invitation. She spoke clearly, voice steady. This place was used to forget, but I remember it now. I name it. She dipped her pen and wrote the well of the unspoken. The stone immediately cracked, not visibly, not like an earthquake. No, it cracked inside itself. Evelyn felt it scream, but only within her mind. A howl with no mouth. A tantrum from something that didn't understand why she wouldn't look away. Junia took her hand. Will it stop now? She asked. Evelyn watched as the well began to shrink. Not cave in, shrink. The stones turned inward, folding into one another like paper in fireless flame, until only a single stone remained on the earth, round, smooth. She picked it up. It was warm, on one side blank, on the other Junia. She gave it to the girl. This is your name, Evelyn said. You get to carry it now. Junia nodded, tears still glistening in her eyes. Behind them, the town remained unchanged. But Evelyn knew that wasn't true. Because Junia had been remembered, and in doing so, the spell was broken. Later that night, as they sat beneath a crooked pine, just outside Doran's Hollow, Junia slept curled against Evelyn's side. She dreamed again, not of blank spaces and forgotten faces, but of light, music, yellow. She whispered it in her sleep, over and over. Yellow, yellow. Evelyn stared into the fire she had built with shaking hands. She'd thought the mouth was the worst of it. She'd thought the tree was the oldest of it. But now she was starting to understand. The world was riddled with places like these. Not all of them loud, not all of them hungry. Some were quiet, patient, hidden in plain sight, waiting for you to stop paying attention, waiting for you to forget. But Evelyn Rourke was watching now, and the book in her satchel had hundreds of blank pages left. They reached the city just before dawn, where the sky didn't blush and the birds didn't sing. It was vast and gray. Buildings rising like teeth from the ground, too tall, too straight. The windows were too clean. Not shattered or stained, just unlived in. Evelyn felt it in her bones before she even stepped past the gate. A weight, a stillness, like someone had pressed pause on the heartbeat of the world and left it suspended in a state just before the fall. Junia walked beside her, quiet but no longer afraid. The stone with her name etched on it sat heavy in her pocket like an anchor, a proof of self. Evelyn envied it. The city had no name, none that anyone used at least. There were signs, of course there were signs. Street names, faded plaques, long metal letters clinging to the sides of buildings. But when Evelyn looked at them, her eyes slid off. The names would not stick. Her mind rejected them the way skin rejects rot. Junia tried once, pointing to a theater marquee. What does that say? Evelyn stared at it for a full minute. Blank, gone. Her mouth didn't move. They both understood then this city had been scrubbed. Not forgotten like a lost name, not hidden like the mouth or buried like the hollow tree. This place had been deliberately erased. Erased so perfectly. Even the air carried no memory. It was still inhabited. That made it worse. People walked the streets with hollow routine. Not lifeless, there were movements, sounds, expressions, but empty. Like sleepwalkers trapped in the shell of a society. They made no eye contact. No one spoke. They moved like wind-up dolls programmed to mimic daily life. Opening shops, delivering packages, waiting at silent crosswalks. And no one dreamed. Evelyn could feel it. This place was dreamless. Deeper than insomnia. Like the ability to imagine had been scooped out of every skull. She brushed past a boy sitting on a stoop, no older than 10, playing with a toy train that didn't move. He looked up at her, not curious, not wary, just aware, like he recognized her in some way he couldn't explain. You still have stories, he said simply. Junia froze beside her. Evelyn crouched. What do you mean? The boy reached out and tapped her satchel. They said you'd come. Who? He pointed upward, not to the sky, but to the tallest building in the city. A tower so tall it disappeared into a blur. She hadn't noticed it before. That scared her more than anything else. They watch from the top. They keep the dreams in cages. The moment he spoke the word dreams, something behind his eyes twitched, like a shutter snapping against instinct. He looked away, stood, and walked off, as if he'd never said a word. Junia grabbed Evelyn's hand. They're in there, she said, staring up at the tower. The stories. Evelyn nodded slowly, or what's left of them. They walked through the city like blood cells through veins. The people didn't stop them, didn't speak. But they watched, sideways, subtly, with glances that meant something. They saw Evelyn's satchel, felt the presence of the book inside it. That book was not meant to be here. This place rejected it like a body rejecting an organ that remembered how to dream. As they neared the tower, Evelyn noticed the signs again. Not just the ones she couldn't read, new ones. Painted in dark smears on alley walls, etched into the sidewalk with fingernails and desperation. Dreamers disappear. No stories past the gate. Keep your mind blank. She gritted her teeth. The mouth had wanted names. The hollow tree had taken grief. But this place wanted compliance. It didn't want you to forget who you were. It wanted you to stop asking who you could be. They reached the tower's front steps just as the city's lights flickered. The sun should have been rising, but the horizon stayed gray. A woman stood at the door, not like the others. She was awake. That was the only word Evelyn could use. She had sharp features, eyes like storm glass. Her coat was dark, and in her hand was a small notebook bound in wire. She didn't smile. You brought the book, she said. Evelyn didn't deny it. The woman studied Junia, then looked at Evelyn again. You shouldn't be here. No one should be here, Evelyn replied. But here we are. The woman considered her words, then opened the door and stepped aside. Then come see what they did. They entered the tower. The walls inside were lined with shelves. Not of books, of pages. Individual, torn, pinned in place with tiny nails. They fluttered when Evelyn passed, even though there was no wind. Some bore drawings, some bore lines of poetry. Some just had one word, written again and again in trembling ink. Remember. 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 What is this place? Evelyn asked. The woman led them up a winding staircase. They called it the archive. But it's not an archive. It's a prison. This city once belonged to dreamers. Poets, painters, storytellers. And then someone decided dreams were dangerous. Stories were dangerous. And they built this place to sterilize the collective mind. She stopped at a door. But stories don't die. They hide. She opened the door. Inside were cages, hundreds, and inside each one was a shape, flickering, golden, half-formed. Some were children, some animals, some monsters, all glowing with the pulse of unrealized ideas. Evelyn gasped. She could feel them pressing against her thoughts. It hurt. A low, bright ache behind her eyes. Junia stepped forward. They're alive. The woman nodded. Barely. They've been kept here for generations. We were told they were dangerous, but they're just lost. They're what remains of stories no one ever told, dreams no one ever dared write down. Evelyn opened the satchel. The book shimmered, and every caged shape in the room turned toward her. Drawn, yearning, starving. They remember me, Evelyn whispered. The woman placed a hand on her shoulder. Let them out. Evelyn didn't ask how. She opened the book. A wind roared through the tower, but no pages turned. Instead, names rose into the air like ash. Every cage unlocked with a slow metallic groan. And the stories inside began to move, flickering toward Evelyn, one by one, merging with the names etched into her book. As they did, they gained form, flesh, voice, a girl made of chalk and song, a boy whose shadow told different truths than he did, a grandmother with a constellation burned into her palms. One by one, the possibilities returned. Junia laughed. Pure, bright, real. The tower cracked, not in destruction, in release. The city outside stirred, and for the first time in 100 years, someone dreamed. Not in secret, not in silence, but aloud. Evelyn stood in the center of it all, the book now glowing in her arms. Not with power, with potential. This wasn't about fighting nightmares anymore. This was about giving the dreams back, and there were so many more still trapped. Still waiting, still forgotten. But now she had the key. When the tower cracked, it didn't fall, it breathed. Dust rose from its joints like exhaled secrets, and for the first time in living memory, the city's sky shifted. Just slightly. A sliver of pale light touched the tallest rooftop, thin and trembling like the first breath after choking. The dreamers, once caged, floated upward, golden shapes rippling into figures, then melting into the very fabric of the city. They didn't flee. They inhabited. Stories never run. They return. But Evelyn felt it even as they danced, the tremor, the pull, a presence deep in the bones of the tower. Below, not above. Something watching, waiting. Not the kind of hunger the mouth had shown, nor the slow possession of the hollow tree. This was control, quiet, calculated, cold. The woman with storm-glass eyes, whose name Evelyn still didn't know, looked toward the center of the room as if sensing it too. Her jaw tightened. You shouldn't have opened them all at once, she said. Evelyn's voice was hoarse. They were dying in there. The woman nodded, not with disagreement, but with resignation. Yes, and their jailer won't take kindly to a mass exodus. The city did this to them, Evelyn snapped. Someone built this. Not someone, the woman whispered. Him. And then the floor shook. It wasn't a quake. It was a footstep. Evelyn turned to the book in her arms, pages still glowing faintly, now humming with names never given, futures never lived. They pulsed with the rhythm of awakening. But deeper in the pages, beneath the ink and parchment, something coiled. A pressure. A warning. A reminder. She had only touched the surface of this new place. A second footstep echoed, closer. Beneath them. Junia pressed close, eyes wide with something more than fear. Recognition. He's waking up, she whispered. Evelyn frowned. Who? Junia didn't answer. Because the tower did. From the far wall, a hidden door opened, not with ceremony, but silence. A breathless gap yawning into darkness. The woman turned to Evelyn. He never needed guards. He locked the dreams himself. Built this tower from the bones of forgotten tales. And he watched. She stepped back, away from the door. But now that you've broken the cages, he'll come to fix them. Evelyn stared into the darkness. Something moved within. Not fast. Slow. Deliberate. Like turning pages made of flesh and thought. She stepped forward. I need to see. The woman's hand snapped out, grabbing her arm. If you go down there, you may not come back. Evelyn looked her dead in the eye. I've said that before. And then she stepped into the dark. The staircase spiraled downward, carved from stone so old it hummed with the pressure of memory. Not the living kind, the buried kind. The kind people scrubbed from their minds to stay sane. Evelyn felt it pressing against her teeth, trying to push inside. Her steps grew heavier. Junia followed, silent, the stone with her name now flickering in her hand like a lantern. The deeper they descended, the colder the air became, not in temperature, but in tone. It scraped, and at the bottom, Evelyn found him. He stood in the center of a circular chamber lit by a single beam of gray light from above. Tall, hunched, shoulders draped in a cloak that shimmered with unfinished thoughts. His back was turned, facing a wall covered in shelves. Not books, not paper, dreams. Preserved like insects in glass. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The silence around him was so dense it carried meaning. Evelyn swallowed. You're the librarian, she said quietly. A pause. Then a whisper that vibrated in her chest. I was. His voice was brittle, like parchment soaked in time. I was the first to see what dreams could do. I watched them build kingdoms and tear them down. I watched people die for their stories. So I silenced them, for their own good. He turned. His face was unreadable. Eyeless, mouthless, but covered in text. Lines of sentences written in every language Evelyn had ever heard, and many she hadn't. Scrawled across his skin, breathing slightly as if they resented being caged. You built the archive, she said. He nodded. And the well. He nodded again. And the hollow tree. A pause. Then no, that was older. But you used it, she said. He stepped forward. His feet made no sound. I used what remains. All the places where people tried to bury truth, I gathered. I kept them from hurting themselves. You think forgetting is cruelty, but sometimes remembering is worse. Evelyn clenched her fists. You erased dreamers' names. Children. He tilted his head. They asked me to. No, she spat. They believed they had to. Another step. Is there a difference? Evelyn felt the book in her satchel thrum harder. The pages rippled, vibrating with every breath the librarian took. He smelled of dust and ink and dead possibility. Junia stepped forward, holding up her stone. You took mine, she said. The librarian studied her. Then, softly, I kept it safe. You buried it, to protect you. I don't need protecting, Junia said. Evelyn reached into her bag and pulled the book free. The moment it met the air, the chamber reacted. The shelves cracked. The glass holding the preserved dreams splintered. The librarian stepped back. You don't understand what you carry. I carry memory, Evelyn said. I carry the ones you silenced. They begged for silence. No, they settled for it, he hissed. The air trembled. You open that book fully, he said, and the sky will crack. The city will drown in stories again. People will burn for what they imagine. Evelyn looked down at the cover. The leather pulsed, and in her heart, the name stirred again. She thought of the mouth, of the hollow tree, of the well, and now the tower. Every place had tried to contain pain, but not heal it, not face it. She opened the book, not a page, the spine. The book unfolded, not like paper, like revelation. Light poured from the seams, not golden, not warm. True, the librarian screamed. His cloak burned away, revealing not flesh, but layers of paper. Pages stripped from lives never lived, names never spoken, ideas abandoned before they could take shape. He staggered. Do you know what you've done? he gasped. Evelyn stared at him, steady. Yes. I built this city to keep the sky from dreaming, he growled. She smiled, and said the words that broke the world, then let the sky sleep no more. Above, the city bloomed. Windows shattered, not in violence, but release. Paint returned to walls, color to clothes, music to silence. Dreams poured out of alleyways and subway grates and rooftop gardens, and the people remembered, not everything, but enough. The librarian fell to his knees, pages crumpling. The beam of light above him widened, and he faded, not in anger, in relief. Junia looked up at Evelyn. What now? Evelyn turned toward the spiral stairs. There's still more. More what? Places. Places like this. Evelyn nodded once, and stories waiting to be found. She placed the book beneath her coat, and together, they climbed back toward the dreaming sky. By the time Evelyn and Junia left the city, their footprints had already been erased. Not by magic or time, but by something older, the act of dreaming itself. The people they had freed, the lives they had rekindled, moved like firelight across cold stone, warming the hollow bones of a world that had gone too quiet. In their wake, the city reshaped. Towers once locked tight now breathed with stories. Streets once void of color now shimmered with mural, music, and myth. And as they walked away, the skyline behind them slowly blurred, not forgotten, but placed back where it belonged among memory, not myth. Their journey led them farther north, into the throat of the world, where the wind howled without reason and the trees stood thin and crooked like bones pressed upright by stubborn roots. Junia had grown quieter in the days since the tower, but not in the way she had been before. This quiet was thoughtful. She had started humming again. Soft, tuneless melodies that sounded like lullabies someone might invent in a dream and forget by morning. They followed no road now. The book guided them, not by map, but by weight. Pages would flutter suddenly, and Evelyn would feel it, a pull, like something unfinished was calling her through the parchment. That was how they found the village. It appeared at dusk, at the end of a slope the color of bruised fruit. Small homes with peaked roofs huddled together like secrets whispered too close. Every house was identical. Timber frames, gray stone foundations, narrow doors. But not a single one had a window. Not boarded up, not hidden, just absent. Evelyn paused at the edge of the first house, heart crawling. Why no windows? Junia asked. Evelyn didn't answer immediately. She stepped closer, running her fingers along the cold wood. No gaps, no seams. Whoever built this place had intended for no one to ever look in or out. They don't want to see something, Evelyn said quietly, or they don't want it to see them. The village felt occupied, but no one came out to greet them. No voices, no footsteps, just the sound of the wind struggling to reach inside. Evelyn knocked on the first door. Nothing. She knocked again. Still nothing. But as she turned to leave, the door creaked open just a fraction, and a single eye peeked through the gap. Wide, bloodshot, silent. Are you real? The voice asked. Evelyn nodded slowly. I think so. The eye trembled. Then you shouldn't be here. The door slammed shut. She stepped back, glancing at Junia, whose grip on her stone had tightened. The further they walked, the worse the silence became. It wasn't just quiet, it was held breath. A hush born not from peace but from centuries of avoidance. Evelyn felt it more with every step. The pressure behind walls, the thick air that clung to each building like a warning. Then they reached the center of the village. A single structure stood there, larger than the rest, but just as windowless. Instead of a door, it had a tapestry hanging in its place, woven with dark threads that shimmered slightly when the wind caught them. Upon it a face, but not a human one. No mouth, no nose, just two wide, sunken eyes, painted too realistically, too deep. Junia stepped behind Evelyn. That's what they're hiding from. The book in Evelyn's satchel fluttered, violently. Pages whipped as if caught in a storm no one else could feel. Evelyn reached inside and pulled it free. A new name had appeared on the page, the watching room, no other information. No clue, just a title. The moment she read it, the tapestry lifted. Not blown, lifted. As if something behind it had been waiting for acknowledgement. A man stood behind the veil. Elderly, pale, wrapped in layers of worn cloth that hung from his body like vines from a dying tree. "You've seen it," he said. Evelyn didn't lie. "Not yet, but I will." He didn't smile. "Didn't blink? You're a fool." "Maybe," she said, "but I remember things now." He nodded slowly, then turned and walked into the building. She followed. The inside was darker than outside. Not just in light, in memory. Walls stretched wider than the building should have allowed. Shadows moved against surfaces where no objects stood, and in the center of the floor was a pit, circular, lined with stone, not deep, but sealed. A lid covered it, heavy, iron. On its surface were hundreds of thumbprints, pressed into the metal like wax, all pointing inward. Evelyn approached it. "What is it?" The old man sat at the edge of the pit and sighed. "We used to be storytellers here, the best in the north. Our voices fed whole regions. We had dreams so strong they pulled animals out of the woods and made them listen. But then it came." "What?" He looked at her with hollow eyes. "The thing that sees too much." He stood slowly, walked to a shelf, and retrieved something. A mirror, cracked, fogged, rimmed in scorched wood. Evelyn looked into it. At first, her own reflection. Then behind her, an eye, floating in black, huge, unblinking, pulsing. She flinched and turned. Nothing, but her chest felt like it had been pierced. The man placed the mirror down gently. "We tried to destroy it. Couldn't. We tried to forget it. Failed. So we sealed it. Not with stone. With denial. We cut off all ways to see. All paths inward or outward. We locked our eyes from the world. Why not just leave?" Junia asked. The man looked at her, and for a brief moment, Evelyn thought she saw a child behind those old eyes. Because it follows. Evelyn knelt at the lid, pressed her palm against the cold iron. "What happens if I open it?" He didn't answer. So she whispered, "What happens if I don't?" Junia stepped forward. "We came to remember." The book trembled. Another name appeared below the watching room. "The thing that sees too much." No other notes. No description. No past. Just warning. Evelyn sighed. "Then we let it be seen back," and she lifted the lid. The pit below was empty. No flesh. No creature. Just space. Endless. Dark. But not void. In its center floated a single eye, wide and shimmering, like oil on water. It blinked once. And Evelyn's mind was flooded. Visions. Not memories. Possibilities. Millions of them. Stories that could have been. Songs never sung. Love letters never written. Sins never punished. And then it turned its gaze directly on her. Not with hunger. With recognition. It knew her. Had known her before the mouth. Before the tree. Before the well. Before the tower. It had been watching all along. She stared back. Not flinching. Not blinking. She said one word, "Enough." The eye didn't close, but it dimmed, softened, accepted, and sank into the dark. The pit closed itself, the iron lid sealed, and outside, the first window cracked open in the village. A single shaft of light touched the street. The old man sobbed once, and then smiled. "You've done it." Evelyn stood, wiping tears she hadn't realized were falling. "I didn't defeat it," she whispered. "I acknowledged it. Sometimes," he said. "That's what a story needs most." They left the village as windows opened one by one, like blinking eyes slowly adjusting to morning. Behind them, the book turned another page. Waiting. It was supposed to be abandoned. That's what the map said, what the locals whispered, if they spoke of it at all. An old railway line that vanished into the cliffs east of the Weeping Valley, carved through the bones of the mountains like a scar someone never let heal. The tracks were rusted, overgrown, eaten alive by moss and time. But the rails were warm. Evelyn felt it first through her boots. A low hum. Like a song you don't realize you're hearing until the melody has already sunk into your skin. Junia stood beside her, clutching the book tight. It had begun to glow again. Not softly, not gently, but like it was warning them. Pages flared, flicked, shifted without wind. The last entry had written itself in dark red ink that hadn't dried yet. The train that never stopped beneath that. A time 3:13 a.m. That was all. No date, no direction. Just that hour. Evelyn looked at the horizon. The sun had just set. They had hours to wait. But the tracks were already starting to tremble. "I think it's coming early," Junia whispered. They followed the rails through the edge of the forest, the trees bowing unnaturally inwards, as if leaning to listen. A narrow station appeared ahead. Just a platform, really, with one broken bench and a sign so faded it looked like bone. Evelyn tried to read the name, but her eyes refused. Her mind rejected the letters. This place, like the others, was chosen to be erased. They waited in silence. Until 3:13 came. The tracks screamed. There was no light, no whistle, no approach, just sudden, violent presence. The train was there. A black engine, old and battered, its body steaming with frost and cinders. Cables hanging like veins torn from a dying animal. It made no sound beyond the grinding of iron and the slow hiss of breath that wasn't breath. No passengers, no conductor, just open doors. Evelyn and Junie exchanged a look, then boarded. Inside, the air changed, not in temperature, in memory. The moment Evelyn crossed the threshold, her mind filled with flashes. Faces she hadn't seen in years, voices that had stopped speaking long ago. A woman calling her from a garden, the sound of rain against an attic roof. Her own laughter, from before she ever knew what the mouth was. It was her past, but it was wrong. The woman's face blurred. The attic was full of mirrors, not boxes. Her laughter turned into sobbing. "Junia," Evelyn called, but Junia was gone. Or rather, she was there across the aisle, staring back at her with empty eyes. Then not Junia blinked and turned to ash. Evelyn spun, heart racing. The train wasn't a place. It was a test. Each car was a memory, but not just any memory. Modified, stretched, distorted, not for cruelty, for decision. The book vibrated inside her coat, but she couldn't reach it. Not yet. The train was moving now. Outside the windows, nothing passed. Not trees, not night. Just motion without world. Evelyn walked to the next car. This one was filled with voices, not people. Just sound. 1,000 people talking at once, all saying her name. Over and over. Some kind, some afraid. Some screaming. She couldn't cover her ears. She couldn't speak. The noise became her knees. And then she understood. This train was built by someone, or something, that wanted to return what she'd taken. Not the stories. The burden of them. The weight of memory. Of grief. Of impossible decisions. It was asking, can you carry it all? She crawled to the next car. This one was empty. A single chair. And in the chair sat a man with no face. Only a book where his head should have been. It was her book. Open to the middle. The man lifted it, slowly, and pointed to a line Evelyn didn't remember writing. You will forget one. Forever. Choose. 2 names were etched below. Genevieve. Junia. Evelyn's breath stopped. No, she whispered. The man pointed again. The train groaned. The choice was now. A lie, maybe. A trick. But this was what the train was. Memory with teeth. She stood, closed her eyes, and said neither. The man did not move. But the book flared. Pages turned of their own. A third name appeared. Evelyn. A low rumble shook the train. The lights dimmed. The windows cracked. The man tilted his book head back and vanished. She opened her eyes. Alone now, completely alone. But the next door opened. A final car. Inside, Junia stood in the center, untouched, alive, the real one. She looked up and smiled. You passed. Evelyn collapsed to her knees, breath shaking. The book returned to her hands. Pages blank again. The train hissed, stopped. Outside, a new place. Not on any map, not on any path. A valley made of silence, but not empty. Awaiting. The doors slid open, and Evelyn knew she hadn't reached the end. She had reached the beginning of something far worse. The valley had no name, yet Evelyn felt it watching her before her boots even touched its soil. The train had left them at the edge of a place that breathed without lungs, watched without eyes, and remembered without forgiveness. There was no mist, no weather, not even wind, just a stillness so complete it felt like the earth had drawn in a breath and refused to let it go. Evelyn stepped off the last rail tie, and Junia followed, quieter than usual, her eyes scanning the air like she could hear something Evelyn couldn't. They walked without speaking. Every footstep felt heavier than the last. Not physically, spiritually, like every choice, every name they had spoken. Every story they'd brought back was pressing against them with a new kind of judgment. The path ahead was barely a path at all, just a narrowing of grassless soil winding through two ridges that rose like ribs. Stone teeth jutted from the cliff faces, sharp and bone-colored, as if something had once tried to chew its way free of the valley and failed. Halfway in, the whispers began. Not voices, not language. Sound, curling, coiling, wrapping itself around their ears like smoke made audible. It didn't say anything Evelyn could recognize, but her spine stiffened anyway. Because whatever it was saying, it wasn't talking to her. It was listening through her. Junia flinched suddenly. What was that? Evelyn turned. You heard it? Junia nodded slowly. It said my name. But not like a question, like it was trying it on. The book stirred in Evelyn's coat again. Pages rustled like dry leaves caught in an unseen current. She pulled it free and let it open itself. The valley that whispered back, beneath that one sentence, it becomes you if you speak to it too long. Evelyn felt the warning crawl up her neck like cold fingers. This wasn't just another cursed place. This valley wanted to wear you. It studied your voice, your thoughts, your fears, until it could mimic you so perfectly, even you wouldn't know which was real. They pressed on. The path curved, opened into a bowl of stone where the earth dipped low. In the center sat a single monument, no taller than a gravestone, smooth as glass, jet black. Around it were dozens of smaller stones, each etched with a single word. Names, some common, some strange, all unfinished. Like someone had started to remember and then stopped. Evelyn approached the monument. The whispers thickened, crowding her thoughts, slithering between her ears. And then, a voice, not foreign, her own, whispering things she hadn't said aloud in years. Mistakes, secrets. Genevieve didn't fall. You let her go. You left your mother's body to rot. You like the power this book gives you. Junia reached out and grabbed Evelyn's hand, her face pale. It's saying my thoughts now. Evelyn backed away from the monument, heart hammering. This wasn't a place built by people. This was grown, by sorrow, by guilt, by the weight of things never said. Every name around the monument wasn't just someone lost. They were versions of people who had been replaced. The valley didn't kill you. It became you, stole the voice, took the shape, and left the original behind in a shell of silence. One of the stones near Evelyn's feet had a name she knew. Arlo Dren, the wanderer, the man from the first village, the one who told her about the mouth. Evelyn knelt beside it, running her fingers across the shallow grooves. What happened to him? He stayed too long, said a voice behind her. Evelyn spun. A man stood at the edge of the bowl, not young, not old, not right. He had Arlo's eyes, but not his depth, and when he smiled, it was Evelyn's smile. Tilted, calculated, just a fraction too slow. I knew you'd come, it said. She rose slowly, heart pounding. You're not Arlo. No, it agreed. But I remember him better than he did. Junia stepped behind Evelyn, clutching the stone with her name so tightly her knuckles whitened. The thing that wasn't Arlo stepped closer. I remember you, too. The girl who defies forgetting, the one who names what should not be named, the one who keeps tearing open old wounds just to see if they still bleed. It cocked its head. I could be you, if you'd let me. The whispers grew louder, deafening. Thousands of voices. Hers, Junia's, Genevieve's, her mother's, strangers, dreamers, monsters, forgotten children. All of them speaking at once, all in her voice. You'll give in. They hissed. Eventually, Evelyn gritted her teeth, reached into the satchel, pulled out the book. It opened instantly, pages flaring. And then, it spoke, not with a voice, with truth. Every name they had saved lit up at once. Junia, Arlo, the girl from the well, the dreamers from the tower, the villagers who opened their windows, each one a spark of reality. The valley recoiled. The thing wearing Arlo's skin shuddered. "You bring too many ghosts," it said. Evelyn stepped forward. "No, I bring the real ones." She turned the book toward the monument and began to read. Every name she had written, spoken aloud, one by one. And as she did, the whispers changed. They stopped mimicking. They remembered. The voices became the people. Echoes returning to form. The monument cracked. Light split the black stone from base to tip. The false Arlo screamed. No, not screamed. It unraveled. His skin slid off in strips of voice, sound, syllable, until nothing was left but a shivering echo that evaporated into the air like breath on cold glass. The valley fell silent, truly silent. No more whispers, no more questions, no more replacements. Junia wept quietly. "I heard my mom's voice," she whispered. Just for a second. Evelyn knelt beside her and placed a hand on her back. "I know." She closed the book. The final page glowed faintly, ink still wet. The valley remembered itself today. They left as dawn broke over the ridges, and the valley, silent, still, but finally honest, let them go. They didn't look back. You never look back at a place that almost became you. It was the birds that told Evelyn something was wrong, not their absence. She was used to silence by now, but their stillness. Rows of them lined every telephone wire as the sun set behind the hills, unmoving, unblinking, watching, as if frozen mid-thought, as if carved from something once alive. She and Junia hadn't even reached the town yet, but already the road had begun to rot in strange ways. Asphalt cracked in perfect circles, like something beneath the surface had tried, successfully, to rise. The trees nearby bent away from the village ahead, their leaves curled like fists, and in the distance, where houses stacked against one another like tired mouths with teeth, not a single window glowed. Not one light, not one sound. But still the birds, and behind Evelyn's ribs, the book began to beat again. Not a flutter, a pulse. Junia said nothing. She hadn't spoken since they left the Whispering Valley. But Evelyn knew her silence now, knew when it meant fear, and when it meant she was listening harder than words allowed. This silence was something else, not dread, not resolve. Something like mourning for something not yet lost. They passed a rusted sign half, swallowed by ivy. The name of the town was illegible, but someone had scratched 2 words into the bottom of the metal, in thick red lines that looked far too fresh. "Don't blink." Evelyn slowed. Junia did too. Neither of them blinked. The streets of the town were impossibly straight. Houses built like repeats of the same shape, same number of steps, same door color. It looked like someone had designed this place, then left before adding the soul, and every single house had curtains, heavy ones, drawn shut, no movement behind them, except for one. A girl stood in the second-story window of the farthest house. Just stood, perfectly still, face pale, eyes wide open, and staring directly at Evelyn. She didn't move, didn't wave, just watched. Junia followed Evelyn's gaze, then whispered, "Do you see her?" "Yes, yes, good," she said, "because she just blinked at me." Evelyn's chest tightened. "No, she didn't." "Yes," Junia said again, firmer. "She did. And now she's not just in the window." They turned, and there she was. Down the street, same dress, same pale face, still, unmoving, but closer. The book flared open on its own, pages turning until they found their mark. The town that slept with eyes open, and beneath it, the line, "They're not sleepwalkers, they're dreaming you." Evelyn closed the book slowly. She looked up. Now there were more figures standing on the sidewalks. All silent, all still, pale, watching, eyes wide, unblinking. "You think they're dreaming?" Junia whispered. Evelyn nodded once. "No, someone is dreaming through them." That was when the streetlights came on. All at once. No buzz, no flicker. Just a snap of light that didn't feel warm or safe. It felt seen. The girl moved again, barely. A single twitch of the shoulder, and the others followed. Not walking, not running, just twitching forward, like reality had skipped a frame. Junia gripped Evelyn's arm. "Where do we go?" Evelyn pointed to the house the girl had first appeared in. "We go there." They sprinted toward the building, dodging the still, not moving people. They didn't try to stop them, just stared, like mannequins waiting for permission to act. The door wasn't locked. Inside, the air was thick with dust, not the kind that gathers with time, but the kind that settles too quickly, like a stage, dressed and ready, but never used. In the center of the room sat a bed, and in the bed, the girl, sleeping. Hooked up to wires that fed into the walls, the floor, the entire town. Her eyelids twitched faintly. REM sleep. Junia stepped forward. "It's her dream," she whispered. "She's the one dreaming all of them." Evelyn nodded. "And she's dreaming us now, too." The book opened again, though Evelyn hadn't touched it. The pages pulsed once, then formed a question in bold black ink. "Do you wake her?" There was no clear answer. If they did, would the town vanish? Would the people outside collapse? Would they? Junia looked down at the girl. She's been asleep a long time, long enough to forget it's a dream. Evelyn touched her shoulder gently. "We have to risk it." She reached down, placed her palm over the girl's forehead, and spoke her name. Not a name written in the book, not a name anyone told her, but a name the valley had whispered in her ear without permission. "Lyra," Evelyn said. The girl's eyes snapped open. The room shattered, not physically, but conceptually. Like the idea of walls, of floors, of ceilings, all crumbled at once. And then Evelyn was standing in a void. No Junia, no room, no town. Just Lyra, awake now, and staring at her with fear and fury. "You broke it," Lyra said. "I freed you. I wasn't ready to be free." Her voice wasn't a girl's anymore. It was thousands of voices, all the people she had dreamed into being. "You trapped them," Evelyn said. "I protected them." Evelyn shook her head. "No. You made a world where nothing changed, where no one ever closed their eyes." "They wanted that?" Lyra hissed. "They begged to stay awake!" "No," Evelyn replied. "They forgot how to sleep." Lyra began to cry. Not with water, with light. It poured from her eyes like molten memory. Evelyn stepped forward and pulled her into a hug, and whispered, "It's okay now. I'll remember for you." Then everything collapsed. Evelyn woke on the floor of the house. Junia knelt beside her. Outside, the sun had risen. The town was empty. The birds were gone. The wires were dead. And the girl, nowhere to be found. Only her name remained, inked in the book. Lyra, the dreamer who forgot herself. Junia helped her to her feet. "Are we still in her dream?" Evelyn shook her head. "No. This one's ours again." They walked out of the house, down the empty street, past silent doorways and curtainless windows. No one followed. For the first time in the town's long history, everyone was asleep, and it was finally safe to dream. By now, Evelyn knew not to trust reflections. The dreams had taught her that. In the tower, the hollow tree, the valley, every time she'd seen her own face, it had been wearing something else. A lie, a wound, a mask shaped like memory. And yet, when the next place called to her, it didn't do so with a name, or a vision, or even the voice of the book. It called with a sound, a single, clear ripple, like water disturbed in a place long left untouched. They followed it through dead fields and dried up streams, across a terrain that looked burned, though no fire had passed. The air itself seemed brittle, snapping faintly when Evelyn moved too quickly. Even Junia's steps, usually light as breath, cracked small fractures into the dust beneath her boots. And still, the sound called. Not repeating. Waiting. They found the well at dusk. It stood alone, without a village, without a house, without anything to explain why it had ever been built. Just a low ring of stone overgrown with lichen, and an iron bucket hanging from a rusted chain. No wind moved it, no insects buzzed. No birds. Just silence so deep it felt like a warning. The sound came again as Evelyn approached. A ripple. But not from the well. From within her. Junia stayed back. Something's wrong with this one. Evelyn didn't argue. She knew it too. The wrongness wasn't loud. It didn't scream like the mouth, didn't whisper like the valley. It waited. And that waiting felt far more dangerous. She leaned over the edge and looked down. There was water, perfectly still, too still, and deep within it, Evelyn saw a reflection. Not hers, not entirely. It had her face, yes, her features, her scars, but the eyes were smiling, too widely, and when she tilted her head, the reflection did not follow. It stayed perfectly straight, watching, judging. The book at her side opened on its own. The ink glowed faintly. The mirror in the well beneath it, a single line. Every story has a price. This is where you pay. Evelyn's breath hitched. Pay for what? Junia asked from behind her. But Evelyn couldn't answer. Because something inside her already knew. The book had given her memory, had helped her unbury names, awaken dreamers, restore voices. But nothing comes without cost. And now, the well was calling the debt. A sudden shift. The reflection blinked. But Evelyn hadn't. Then it smiled, and its lips moved. You remember so much, Evelyn. But what if you remembered too much? She stumbled back, heart pounding. Junia rushed forward, steadying her. What did you see? Me, Evelyn said, but not. Junia frowned, like a memory. No. Evelyn whispered, like something pretending to be my memory. She turned to the book. Is this a trap? She asked. The page flipped on its own. The ink smearing into a new phrase, it's a door. But only if you survive what waits beneath it. Junia grabbed her arm. You're not seriously thinking. I have to. Why? Evelyn met her gaze. Because that thing knew what I forgot. She turned back to the well and jumped in. There was no fall, no splash, no impact, only silence, and then a room. She stood in a chamber made of mirrors, but not smooth ones. They rippled, like water held in frames. Each one showed her something, not the past, not quite. Versions, choices unmade. One showed her leaving the tower without opening the dream cages. A world of order, silence, and sterile perfection. Another showed her refusing to enter the train, lost forever in the forest, forgotten even by the book. Another, most cruel, showed her saving Genevieve, holding her hand, pulling her back from the mouth, a life together, a future she never got to know. And then, one more, a version of herself who had burned the book, who had never remembered anything. A simple life, quiet, peaceful. She watched herself laugh, grow old, loved, unscarred. Junia wasn't in that version, nor the tower, nor the tree. No voices, no burdens, just peace. And it called to her. You could stay, said a voice behind her. She turned. Her reflection stood there, but now it was solid, breathing, wearing her face like a perfectly tailored suit. You've done enough, it said gently. You've carried too much. Let me take it now. Evelyn's fingers trembled. She stepped closer. So did it, mirrored. But in the reflection's hand was a key. Simple. Silver. And Evelyn knew. That was the key to the last door, the one not yet found. The reflection smiled. Take it, it said, and go home. Evelyn reached. But just before her fingers touched the key, she asked, What's your name? The reflection paused. Smile frozen. Then cracked. I am you. No. Evelyn said softly, You never asked questions. I do. And she slammed her hand through the mirror. The room shattered. Glass rained around her, but none of it cut her. She was falling again, not down. Back to the well. She gasped awake, coughing, soaked in cold water. Junia kneeling over her. You were gone for hours! It felt like minutes, Evelyn whispered. She clutched something in her hand. A silver key. The book opened, a final phrase scrawling across the page. She passed the mirror. She did not trade her pain for comfort. She chose the road. Junia helped her up. What now? Evelyn looked north, the direction she'd never gone, the place no map mentioned. Now, she said, we find the door this key belongs to. And the mirror in the well, for the first time in decades, went dark. It had no frame, No hinges, no wall. Just a single, upright door standing alone in the middle of a snow-covered field. No footsteps led to it. No buildings surrounded it. The trees had stopped growing a mile before they reached it, as if they knew better. And the wind, steady for hours, halted entirely at its threshold. Evelyn saw it long before she reached it. Not because it stood tall or grand, but because her bones ached the moment it appeared on the horizon. Her body recognized it before her eyes did, and her breath came harder the closer she got. The key in her pocket grew heavy, not symbolically, literally. Junia kept pace beside her, saying nothing, but Evelyn knew her silence had changed. It wasn't fear. It wasn't doubt. It was grief. Because both of them understood what the key meant. This wasn't just another chapter. Not another riddle or memory or ghost. This was the door. The one hinted at in every shadow. The one never drawn, never mapped, never dreamed. The one that was never meant to be found. The book pulsed once, then again, then burst open in Evelyn's hand as they reached the edge of the door's shadow. It had no inscription, no warning, no name. Just a blank page, wet with fresh ink that had bled without writing anything. A smear of black, like someone had tried to write but couldn't. Evelyn lifted the key. It glowed faintly. The door did not. It stood motionless, painted blacker than night, darker than shadow, darker than forgetting. And it made no sound, not even the sound of not making sound. Junia reached out and gently touched Evelyn's wrist. You don't have to. Evelyn looked at her. But Junia was already crying. I know I do. Then, before hesitation could calcify into fear, Evelyn stepped forward and slid the key into a lock that had not existed until that very moment. The door opened. But there was no creak, no groan, no burst of wind, only light, impossible light, blinding and formless and alive in a way that made Evelyn's breath catch. She stepped through it. The door closed behind her, and Junia was gone. There was no floor, no sky, no horizon, just space, and in the center of that space a table. Old wood, scorched at the edges, covered in ash and dust, and seated behind it a version of Evelyn. Older, unscarred, eyes calm, fingers stained with ink. She looked up as Evelyn approached and gave a small nod. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Evelyn stared. You're not me. I'm what you would have been, the woman said, if you had stayed in the first town. If you never opened the book, never chased the names, never remembered. The real Evelyn stayed silent. You don't like that idea, the woman said. I don't trust it, Evelyn answered. The woman smiled. Good. Behind the table, a massive structure flickered into view. A library, but not like any Evelyn had ever seen. The shelves spiraled upward and downward, not in rows but in patterns. Fractals, endless, some burned, some pristine. Every book glowed faintly, but one stood out, on the highest visible shelf. Suspended in light, her book, the same one she'd carried, but complete. I thought I was writing the book, Evelyn whispered. The woman shook her head. You were copying it, piece by piece, experience by experience. But the original, it's always been here, waiting. Evelyn looked at the massive tome. Why? The woman's smile faded. Because someone must know what came before. She stood slowly, walked around the table, and for the first time, Evelyn saw what was behind her. A second door, identical to the one she'd come through. But this one had something carved into it. To open this is to forget everything. Evelyn stared. You want me to go through that? No, the woman said softly. You want yourself to. That's why you came. I don't. You've remembered too much, Evelyn, the woman said. More than anyone has. You've rebuilt stories long buried, freed souls long chained. But the book wasn't meant to hold it all, not forever. There comes a time when the storyteller must choose, carry the burden forever, or let it go. Evelyn stepped back. This isn't right. I didn't agree to this. No, the woman said. You chose it. The moment you opened the well. The moment you didn't take the easy version of yourself. The moment you remembered Lyra's name. You knew this road ends with forgetting. Evelyn turned toward the original book, high above, glowing with the weight of everything she had reclaimed. And if I choose to keep it? The woman's face darkened. Then you stay here, and you become the next storyteller, bound to the library of the unremembered. You'll write new books. Send them back. Let someone else find the path. Silence. Cold. Final. Evelyn felt tears prick her eyes. She thought of Junie, of the village with no windows, the tower, the whispering valley, the dreamers and the dreamless. And she said, "Will I forget her too?" The woman hesitated. Yes. Evelyn stared at the door, the one carved with warning. And then she asked, "Will someone else remember?" The woman stepped forward and gently took Evelyn's hand. Yes. If you choose to forget, someone else will wake up. The book finds a new hand. That's the price. That's the truth. Evelyn closed her eyes. She held Junia's name in her chest like a secret she didn't want to lose. But that's what stories were for, weren't they? To carry the weight until someone else could take it. She stepped to the second door, placed her palm against the rough wood. It felt like skin, like memory, like every story she'd ever held. Then she said her last words, "Tell her I was real," and stepped through. The light swallowed her. The name Evelyn vanished from the book. And somewhere far away, in a quiet attic where dust danced through a crack in the roof, a new child found a strange, glowing book with no title. The first page was blank, but the ink had begun to stir. The attic smelled like rain and wood rot, the kind that sinks into the bones of a house and refuses to leave. Dust floated in the shafts of morning light, and the silence was thick enough to hold your breath hostage. Amelia was 12, curious, quiet, with a streak of stubbornness that had already gotten her suspended twice for asking the kind of questions teachers didn't like. Her grandmother's house was older than memory, packed to the rafters with forgotten trunks, broken clocks, and boxes full of secrets that no one ever bothered to label. But it was the book, unmarked, weighty, and glowing faintly beneath a pile of yellowed newspapers, that pulled her in. It shouldn't have been warm, but it was. Shouldn't have pulsed, but it did. And as soon as her fingers brushed the cracked leather cover, something woke up. Not just in the attic, in her. Amelia flinched. The attic dimmed. The windows rattled, and for a moment, she felt like she was falling without moving. The book opened itself slowly, page by page, until it stopped on one that had no words, just an outline. A silhouette of a woman, unmistakable. Strong shoulders, a braid down her back, a satchel slung across her chest. The name came before the memory, Evelyn. Amelia didn't know her, and yet she did, somewhere deep in her bones. In that quiet part of the heart where forgotten things wait, she felt the echo of a path walked by someone else's feet. She heard whispers, far away, fading but familiar. Then the page turned on its own. A name appeared. Amelia Quinn, the girl who opens, she gasped, stumbled back. But the book didn't fall. It floated. Just slightly. Just enough to let her know that whatever this was, it wasn't done with her. She backed away slowly, heart pounding, and the book spoke, not with a voice, not aloud, but directly into her mind. A whisper. Not Evelyn, not Junia, but something older. Something that had waited in silence since before names were made. The story is unfinished. Amelia's mouth went dry. What story? The attic lights flickered. The book flipped forward, pages moving too fast to read, each one showing a flash, a tower of dreamers, a valley of whispers, a girl who forgot herself, a train that never stopped, a well with a mirror that lied. Each glimpse struck her like lightning, filling her with memories she had never lived, feelings too heavy for someone her age. Grief, rage, love, loss. The story poured into her like ink into dry paper, and still the book did not stop, until the very last page appeared. Blank, but pulsing, waiting. A new sentence began to write itself. The girl who opened the first page must now. And then it paused. The ink blinked, almost shy, almost asking for permission. Amelia hesitated, 12 years old, unprepared, but not unwilling. because somewhere deep inside, she understood Evelyn had carried the story as far as she could. And now it was Amelia's turn to decide what came next. She took a deep breath. "Show me," she whispered, and the attic cracked open. Not literally, but truthfully. The air shifted, the walls peeled, and beneath her, the floor rippled like the surface of a lake, turning black, then blue, then silver, then memory. She didn't fall, but she did change. In an instant. Amelia was no longer just a girl in an attic. She was a vessel, a bridge, the space between what had been and what could still be. She stood in a hallway of doors, some open, some locked, some bleeding light, others weeping shadows, and the book was in her hands, heavier than ever. She turned to the first door. It had no handle, only a name scratched into the wood. Lyra. Behind it, she could feel the girl who dreamed a town into stillness. Amelia lifted her hand, and the door opened. A new chapter began to write itself in the book as the memory of Lyra spilled out. But it wasn't a copy. It was something new. Amelia's version. A remix of the truth filtered through her own young heart. She closed the door gently, then opened the next, then the next. Each one a person Evelyn had saved. Each one a thread in the giant, pulsing web of stories. And Amelia, she was stitching them back together. Not just retelling, rebuilding, until she came to the final door, the one Evelyn never reached. No name on it. Just a keyhole shaped like a question mark. And Amelia understood then, all at once, this was her first real choice. Not the attic, not the opening. But now, this door wasn't about the past. It was about what came after. She could walk away, shut the book, return to her grandmother's attic, pretend this never happened, live a quiet life, unburdened by names and voices, and the weight of remembering. Or she could take the next step. She pulled the key from the spine of the book. It had grown with her, changed shape. It wasn't Evelyn's anymore. It was hers. She placed it in the lock. The door swung inward, and behind it, only a mirror. But this time, it did move when she did. It was her. And yet, behind her reflection, shapes gathered. Silhouettes. Evelyn, Junia, Lyra, Genevieve, faces she didn't know yet. Names still unwritten. They waited. Silent. Watching, hoping. Amelia stepped through, and the book closed behind her. Its cover now bore a title, etched in gold Theones Buho Ramiemberad, and in smaller letters beneath it, still being formed Book 2. The story wasn't over. It had just begun again. The library was burning, but not with fire. No smoke. No heat. Just silence thick enough to scorch. Amelia had stepped into what she thought was the next story, expecting a path, a riddle, perhaps another version of Evelyn waiting in the margins. Instead, she found herself in a corridor of shelves taller than belief, stacked with books that pulsed as if alive. The air smelled of ink and thunder, and the shadows between the shelves moved without light, not in reaction, in rebellion. She turned the first corner and saw it. A figure hunched over a desk, ink-stained, fingers trembling, scratching furiously at parchment that blood instead of smudged. It was a child, no older than her, but pale, gaunt, hollow-eyed, like someone who had never been allowed to finish a dream. The child looked up, and behind its eyes was nothing, not emptiness, erasure. Amelia's chest clenched. This wasn't a person, not fully. This was a fragment of story that had been cut away, forgotten before it could be told. The child opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Only ink. Thick, black, and hot. It poured down the desk, dripping to the floor in slow, deliberate beats. And then the shadows began to move again. Only this time, they weren't just moving. They were writing. The walls flickered with shifting phrases, writhing sentences, half-finished paragraphs that darted away the moment Amelia tried to read them. The air turned heavy with narrative, 1,000 false starts echoing at once. And then the book in her hand vibrated. A page flipped. New text carved itself into being. This is where the lost words go. Not all stories survive. Some are devoured by the shadow. The capital S pressed like a heartbeat against her palm. The shadow was no metaphor. It was real, and it was watching her. She turned back to the child. Now the ink on the desk had formed a sentence. He remembered too early. Amelia's throat went dry. She looked around. Every shelf in the library now leaned slightly inward, closing the space like a throat swallowing light. The floor darkened. The air dimmed. And then came the voice. It didn't boom. Didn't whisper. It wrote itself into her head. You think you are the author now. Amelia spun in place. Who are you? The voice answered in her bones. I am the cost. A shape emerged behind the child. Tall, formless, and somehow flat, as if it had been drawn in from the edge of something bigger. The shadow stretched, and as it moved, letters peeled off the books around it like dry skin. Whole stories fell silent as the thing fed. The book in Amelia's hand pulsed again, urgently. A single instruction appeared, say his name. She looked at the child, now trembling violently, ink leaking from his eyes, nose, and mouth. But how could she name someone who had never been written? She closed her eyes, reached inside. Past the attic, past Evelyn, past Lyra, Junia, the tower, the well, the dream, to the place where stories waited. A word rose from her gut, alien and familiar. Talus. The ink stopped flowing. The child collapsed, and the shadow screamed. Not a noise, a ripping, like parchment being torn from the inside out. The figure shrieked, shrinking, convulsing as words rushed back into it. Paragraphs it had stolen, voices it had devoured. It choked on meaning and was filled with it all at once. Amelia stepped forward and opened her book. Not just to read, to command. She wrote as fast as she could, scrawling the name. Talus. The boy the shadow swallowed, and with each letter, the child's body regained color, shape, breath. The shadow tried to run. But stories don't run from truth. They burn in it, and Amelia had become truth's author. She raised the book, and spoke the last sentence of the page out loud. The shadow who took stories was finally named, and forgotten. The creature folded inward, collapsed into a pool of black, and sank into the cracks between the floorboards. The library groaned, and then sighed. Dozens of books flew off the shelves and orbited her like planets. Pages fluttered open. Stories reawakened, and at her feet, Talus opened his eyes. Alive, real, written into being by the one who refused to forget. He looked up at her, voice raw. I dreamed about you. She helped him up. I dreamed about you too. And the book turned its own page. Writing itself, once again the author is not alone. But Amelia knew something now. She hadn't just rescued a lost name. She had provoked something deeper. The shadow may be gone, but shadows always come from somewhere. This one had a master, something bigger, something patient, and it had just learned her name. The wind changed when they left the library. It wasn't colder or sharper, just aware. It slipped through Amelia's hair like a whisper that didn't belong to the air. The world had shifted again, as it always did, but this time it didn't feel like the next chapter. It felt like something was watching, and it didn't need eyes to see her. She walked with Talus now, the boy who had been swallowed by silence and rewritten into truth. He never walked ahead, never behind. Always beside her, as if he knew without being told this wasn't her story alone anymore. The ground beneath them turned to stone, not carved, pressed, as though footsteps had walked this path so many times it remembered every heel, every pause. It was a road made of remembrance, and Amelia realized quickly, this place wasn't new. It was ancient, but it had waited for her. The book hadn't spoken since they left the library. Its cover pulsed once in a while, but the pages stayed shut like it too was listening. They crested a low hill and found themselves standing before a ring of stone faces. Dozens of them, all carved into the earth, half buried in moss and vines, and every face wore a different expression: fear, grief, anger, joy, all frozen mid-breath. Mouths open just slightly as though they had been about to speak, but never got the chance. Talus took a step closer. Their names, he said quietly. Not statues, names. What do you mean? He knelt beside one. The face was cracked, the jaw half broken, but as his fingers brushed its chin, a voice spoke, a whisper. From the stone itself, Lorien, she drowned before her truth was heard. Amelia gasped. The stone pulsed once, then fell silent again. Another face turned toward her, mouth trembling, not in stone, but in memory. It wasn't just stone at all. It was story made solid. Someone buried them here, Talus whispered, but not bodies, identities. The wind rushed again, faster this time, as though it had heard too much. Amelia stepped into the center of the circle, and the book opened in her hands. A page glowed red, richer and darker than any ink she'd seen. Then the words formed, "This is the circle of the unnamed. Speak one, and they awaken. Speak too many, and they will drown you." She looked around. The weight of it settled on her slowly. Each face around her belonged to a soul that had been cut out of the larger story. Not by time, not by forgetting, by something with intent, a voice that didn't just silence. But unmade, she swallowed hard. What happened to them? Talus was staring at the sky, where black threads had begun to stretch across the clouds like ink veins. They were stolen, like me, but no one remembered to bring them back. And now, he looked at her, that same haunted look Evelyn once had. "They're waiting for you to choose which ones come back." Amelia turned to the first name she could feel, a girl with sunken cheeks and laughter lines carved too deeply for stone. She stepped closer and whispered, "Lorien." The face exhaled, stone cracked, and a voice echoed out, not just around them, but through them. Memories, feelings, a song about rivers, a brother's laugh, fireflies in late summer, Lorien, and in the center of the circle, light sparked, a silhouette formed, a girl, crying, breathing, alive. Amelia stumbled back. Talus caught her. "It worked," he whispered, but then something screamed in the distance. Not a person, not an animal, something jealous. The sky darkened faster than the sun could set. And from beyond the hill came the wind again, but this time it howled names. Not hers, not Lorien's. Names that didn't belong in stories. Names shaped like teeth, like rot, like hunger. The book flipped open again. Frantic, desperate. "Stop. Do not speak more." One soul awakens, another grows angry. Talus stepped toward her. "You have to close the book." "I can't." "She's awake now." I felt her come back. "Then bury her," he said softly, "before the wrong things hear her name and come to claim her." But Amelia couldn't. Not again. Not after Evelyn. Not after the library. Not after the shadow. Lorien stood now, fully whole. A ghost made flesh, confused and blinking. "I was dreaming," she whispered. "I was dreaming, and the dreams tasted like iron." Amelia held her hand. "You're home now." But the sky cracked. Not thunder, paper. Reality itself tearing as a shape bigger than night began to descend. The book vibrated violently in her hands. Then one line appeared in thick black. "You have to choose. Keep Lorien, or stop the thing that feeds." She didn't understand. Not at first. Then Talus pointed at the sky. "It's not just angry. It's hungry. For her, for all of them. The more you remember, the more it feeds. Memory is the flame, and it's been starving." Lorien gripped Amelia's wrist. "Don't send me back, please. I remember my brother's name now." The creature was almost visible now. A mountain of limbs that weren't limbs, a face made of shadows and smudges and mouths that never closed. It reached downward with fingers made of forgotten words. Amelia held the book close. "No," she said. The book pulsed. "What do you choose?" Amelia looked at Lorien, then at the thing in the sky, then at Talus, and said, "I remember everything." The book screamed. Pages flew open. Names burst from the air. The stone circle erupted with light. Every face spoke at once. Thousands of voices, all forgotten, now alive again. The thing in the sky recoiled. Its shape began to fracture. Too many names, too many stories to consume. It choked. It screamed. And Amelia lifted the book and shouted one final sentence. "You don't get to decide who's forgotten anymore." With that, the sky tore. The shadow fell, not like a defeated monster, but like a page being ripped from a book and thrown into flame. Silence followed, then breath, then sunrise. Lorien sat in the grass, crying softly. Talus knelt beside her, and Amelia, heart racing, opened the book again. A new sentence had written itself. The girl did not forget, so the world remembered. But beneath it, in ink that dripped like blood, a new warning formed. There is something worse than forgetting, something deeper than shadow. And now it knows she remembers. The next chapter would not wait, and the name of what waited next had no vowels, only screams. They ran for miles, but it still followed, not with footsteps, not with breath, with presence. The air bent differently behind them now, like sound moved slower there, like the world itself hesitated to exist where that thing reached. Amelia didn't dare look back, not because she was afraid of seeing it, but because she knew it wouldn't be there. Not in a way she could name. It didn't walk or fly or crawl. It leaked. Leaked from the cracks in memory, from broken dreams, from every corner of silence where stories had once tried to bloom and instead rotted. Lorien was quiet now, walking with wide eyes and trembling hands. Talus kept close, eyes on the edges of the sky, watching the light stutter as if it had forgotten how to shine. Amelia held the book tightly to her chest. It no longer glowed, no longer flipped its own pages. It had gone still, as if the very weight of what followed them had pressed the life out of it. They didn't speak, not because they didn't have words, but because every sound they made now felt borrowed. They reached a hillside, high and ragged. At the top was a doorway, but not a structure. Just two stones leaning into each other, like the gate of an ancient ruin that had forgotten its purpose. The book didn't react. That was the first sign something was wrong. Amelia turned to Talus. "You feel it too?" He nodded. "It's like the silence is breathing." Lorien, shivering, whispered, "It's not silence. It's listening." And then the wind stopped. All of it. The leaves, the grass, even the faint hum of the world. Gone. Erased. In that moment, Amelia realized something awful. The thing chasing them wasn't hunting. It was waiting. It was letting them run. Letting them hope. Letting them remember. And then it would take everything again. But slower this time. Not like the shadow in the library, who devoured memory out of hunger. This thing wasn't hungry. It was cruel. She stepped through the stone arch. The world behind her stayed, didn't vanish, didn't shift. But it went thin, like someone had pulled the color out of it. The sky turned gray. The grass crumbled beneath her boots. And in front of her, a staircase spiraled downward into nothing. The book opened slightly now. Just a twitch of pages. It hadn't written anything new. Just a small scrawl at the top of the last page. Below is the name not meant to be remembered. She hesitated, then descended. Lorien followed first, Talus after. Each step pulled them deeper, not just underground, but under thought. The walls weren't made of stone. They were made of text. Thousands of words carved in thousands of hands. Some in languages Amelia didn't know. Some that weren't languages at all. Just symbols, feelings etched into the walls like scars. Some of the letters were weeping. Others scratched out mid-sentence. Each word was a warning, and none of them helped. At the bottom was a circle, a shallow pit of ash, and in the center, floating barely an inch above the surface, was a mask. No eyes, no mouth, just smooth white bone, shaped like a scream you couldn't hear. Lorien stepped back immediately. Talus went still, and Amelia felt it, like a hook catching behind her ribs. Not pain, something worse. Curiosity. The book snapped shut in her hands. The mask tilted toward her. Not moved. Tilted. As though it had always been watching, and had simply decided now was the time to admit it. Then, from the walls, the air, the ashes themselves, a voice came. Not loud, but present. "You named the forgotten. Now name me?" Amelia shook her head. "I don't know your name. That is the point." Talus stepped forward. "Don't listen." But the voice bled through him, ignoring his protest. "You thought shadow was the end. You thought forgetting was the wound. No, little author. I am the author's author. The silence before stories began. Amelia's hands shook. The book in her arms grew warm, hot, scorching, then burned her. She dropped it. The pages flew open, all of them, and every story she'd saved poured out. Voices, scenes, cries, names. Genevieve, Junia, Evelyn, Lorien, Talus. They spun in the air like sparks, and the thing inhaled, not with lungs, but with absence. Every name stuttered, broke, flickered. Lorien fell to her knees, clutching her head, screaming.
It's taking me back! It's unmaking me!
Talus tried to hold her, but his arms passed through her. She was unraveling, not physically, but narratively. Her story was being erased. Amelia lunged for the book, grabbed it.
Shout it at the mask, Stilp!
But it smiled, not visibly, in her mind. You are what I feed on. You remember. You love. You hope. I have no name because you haven't written it yet. But the moment you do, it becomes real. And it wins. She fell backward into the ash. Her heart pounded. The book in her hands showed one page now, blank, and then, trembling, her hand started to move. Not by force, by compulsion. By the same force that made her open the attic door. That made Evelyn take the key. That made Talus rise from the ink. That made Lorien beg not to be forgotten. She began to write, one single letter, and then stopped, because she saw something, in the corner of the page, faint, hard to notice, but deliberate. A signature, written in Evelyn's hand. A message not meant to be found until the edge of the end. If you ever reach the bottom, don't name it. Write yourself instead. Amelia blinked, looked up. The mask hovered closer now, impatient, expectant, waiting to be named. But Amelia did not write its name. She wrote her own, Amelia Quinn. The voice recoiled. It hissed. It splintered. And in the echo of its shriek, she wrote more. She was the one who didn't let silence win. Talus came back into focus. Lorien gasped in color. And the mask, it cracked, right down the middle, then shattered, falling into the ashes with a scream shaped like 20 stolen languages. The pit went quiet. The book shut again. Not forcibly, peacefully. The page beneath her palm glowed once more. The name that never was has lost, but only for now. Talus pulled her to her feet. Lorien sobbed into her shoulder. Amelia didn't speak. She knew the truth now. This wasn't about memory, or stories. It was about identity. The thing that chased them didn't want to be remembered or forgotten. It wanted to replace them, become the only thing left. But it had no name, because they still had theirs. And as long as they kept writing, kept remembering, they would never let the silence become the story. They should have felt relief. The mask was shattered, the pit silent, and the book no longer threatened to burn through Amelia's skin. But as they climbed back up the spiral of carved warnings, the air didn't feel lighter. It felt tired, as if the world itself had been holding its breath for too long and was now exhaling all at once, but not in peace, in grief. Lorien walked slowly now, touching the letters on the walls as they passed, murmuring the names aloud like prayers. Each whisper strengthened her step, grounded her a little more in the reality she'd almost lost. Talus, silent, kept his eyes ahead, but Amelia noticed the way his hand never left the hilt of the blade he had conjured from the ink during their first escape. He hadn't drawn it since, but he hadn't let it go either. The stone archway behind them didn't disappear. It remained, a scar in the earth, a reminder. The sky had returned to its pale blue, the clouds no longer streaked with ink. But the sunlight was cold, distant, like it didn't trust the ground it was touching. Ahead, the forest had returned, a corridor of trees swaying gently, their leaves whispering a name Amelia didn't recognize. She opened the book again, hoping for some guidance, but all it said was "go home." That word struck her like a bell inside her chest. Home. Where? The attic was a dream now, a prologue. She'd stepped into the story too deep to ever walk out the same. Yet the word repeated again, like an echo across the page. Go home. Talus noticed. It's telling you something, he said. Something you're not hearing yet. Amelia turned slowly, And for the first time since entering this fractured world, she let herself stop moving and listen. Not to the trees, not to the wind, to her memory. To that tiny voice that still sounded like her grandmother humming at the kitchen window. To the clock that always chimed a minute late. To the rickety floorboard at the top of the stairs. To the attic. The attic. That was the beginning. But maybe it wasn't just a starting point. It was an anchor. And anchors, they're meant to pull you back when you're lost. She closed the book and whispered, "Take me home." The world tilted, not violently, just decidedly. The way a hallway changes when you realize the door was never locked. And the forest disappeared. She stood in the attic again. Same slant in the roof, same boxes and dust and light cracking through the wooden boards. But something was different. The air was too still. The world outside too quiet. She took a breath and turned slowly. The trapdoor she'd climbed through was gone. The ladder, too. But what replaced it was far worse, a door. Perfectly rectangular, flawless wood, no handle. And carved into the center, not in ink, not in paint, but burned into the grain, "You brought them back. Now see where they come from." Before she could move, the door opened. No sound, just an invitation. She didn't want to go, but she had to. Not because the book told her, because the story demanded it. Behind the door was not a hallway, not stairs. It was a house. Just a house, but not one that was abandoned or broken. This one was breathing. The windows blinked slowly, glass shifting like eyes underwater. The walls stretched like ribs when wind passed through. And the floor wasn't wood. It was parchment, covered in footprints that shimmered with every step. Talus followed. Lorien hesitated. "It knows us," she said. Talus nodded grimly. It always did. They stepped into the living room. Familiar, unfamiliar. A fireplace crackled gently. Not with flame, but with whispering pages that folded in on themselves like origami birds made of memory. On the mantel were pictures. Old photographs. Amelia stepped closer. Her heart nearly stopped. They were her photos. A birthday, a Christmas, a summer afternoon with her grandmother. But the faces were wrong. Not strangers, blurred. Like someone had smudged the ink across their expressions, making them faceless but still watching. She turned to the others. Their photos were there too. Genevieve, Junia, even Evelyn, all placed in neat little rows, and every face missing. Suddenly, the fireplace flared, the pages folded tighter. The flames began to speak, not in voices, in words. Lines curling from the smoke. This house belongs to the ones who were left behind, the ones who were remembered wrong. The floor shifted under them. Talus drew his blade. Lorien clutched Amelia's arm. From the hallway, a door creaked open, and someone stepped out. No face, no sound, just a shape, wearing a version of Amelia's childhood dress. It walked like her, tilted its head like her, and in its hands, her book, the real one, the one she had dropped a lifetime ago, the book that had first whispered Evelyn's name. It opened its mouth, and the voice was hers, only off. Wrong, like someone trying to copy her tone without understanding the feeling beneath it. "Why did you leave me here?" it asked. Amelia's breath caught. "I didn't. You chose them." Over me. Behind the figure, more doors opened. More shapes emerged. Each one a version of someone they had remembered, but not truly, not right. A half-smiling Genevieve. A crying Evelyn. A Lorien without eyes. They began to speak in unison, voices stacked like a prayer. "You told our stories, but not all of us. You saved the ones you could hold. What about the rest?" The walls closed in. Not physically, but emotionally. Every story she hadn't written. Every moment she didn't record. Every name she never knew. They all had shape now. Form. Resentment. They were the stories that never got told. And this house was where they lived. Not as ghosts, but as consequences. Talus stepped forward. "You don't have to fight them." "I do," Amelia whispered. "No," he said. "You have to acknowledge them." Lorien added, "Give them space, Amelia. Not endings. Just space to exist." Amelia turned to the copies, the forgotten. the angry, the fractured, and she opened the book one last time. She didn't write names. She didn't try to fix the past. She simply whispered, "I see you." The pages turned, one by one, softly. Then the house groaned. It sighed, it relented. The shapes dissolved, not in rage, not in sorrow, but in acceptance. A wind moved through the hallway. Not the same wind that chased. A warmer one, a forgiving one. The house folded into silence, and the last door opened. Beyond it, only white. But not empty, not blank. Potential. The book wrote its final line for the night. She didn't tell every story, but she made space for them to be found. They stepped through, and the house finally stopped breathing. The white space should have been comforting. It was still soft, endless, but not cold, not blank. It pulsed gently beneath their feet, like a heartbeat embedded in the floor. A place between places, a waiting room for stories not yet born. Amelia stepped carefully, her boots leaving no mark, her breath echoing louder than it should have. Tallis walked behind her, not speaking. Lorien moved like a shadow, quiet but anchored, her presence stronger now, as though each moment she stayed was stitching her further into reality. But even in this peaceful void, Amelia felt it. The pressure, the unseen weight, like someone was watching them from behind a wall of mirrors that hadn't yet shattered. The book, still clutched in Amelia's hand, refused to open. Its cover throbbed now, as if it were afraid to reveal what came next. The last time it had gone this quiet was before they faced the thing with no name, the voice behind the mask. And though that being had been destroyed, or at least driven back, Amelia knew better than to believe it was over. It never ended, because stories didn't end. They were only paused, rewritten, resurrected, forgotten, and in this place between chapters, she could feel something waiting to be resumed. They walked for what felt like hours, though time here didn't move in normal steps. It coiled, folded, stretched and snapped back like a rubber band. At some point, the white around them began to curve, not visibly, but in sensation. Amelia tilted her head and suddenly realized they were no longer walking forward but up, or maybe inward. There was no horizon, no sun, no shadow, and yet she felt the pull of gravity shifting. First beneath her feet, then behind her eyes. That's when the whisper returned. Not from the book, not from the air, but from beneath her skin, a single word over and over. "Look." She stopped. The others did too. Tallis frowned. "What is it?" "I heard it," she said. "A voice." "Where?" She didn't answer, because the voice had spoken again. "Look." The word was different this time, hungrier, commanding. The white space around them began to ripple, as if disturbed by an unseen breath. The floor softened, turned translucent. Beneath it, shapes moved, too fast to track, too deep to define. Amelia knelt and placed a hand on the surface. It didn't feel like ground anymore. It felt like skin, warm, alive. "Don't touch it," Tallis warned. But it was too late. The moment her fingers made contact, the floor opened. Not collapsed, opened, and she fell, not down, but through. The others followed, their bodies sucked into the whirl of unraveling light. It wasn't falling. It was being read, as if the space itself was turning their existence into pages and flipping through them in search of a particular chapter. When Amelia finally stopped, she was no longer in the void. She was in a room. An eye-shaped chamber, made entirely of mirrors, and each mirror showed a different version of her. Not imaginary, not false, real. Possibilities. One Amelia was older, covered in scars, eyes hollow and full of battles lost. Another wore a crown of paper, smiling gently as she wrote stories for others who couldn't remember their own names. One stood in a burning village, a sword in her hand, flame in her eyes. Another curled on the floor, weeping over a book that refused to open, and one stared back at her with no eyes at all. Just ink, dripping, running, alive. Behind her, Tallis and Lorien gasped as they arrived. The chamber adjusted instantly, the mirrors now filling with reflections of them. All the lives they had almost lived. All the fates they had nearly fallen into. Every version of every choice displayed at once. Then a sound came. Wet. Slow. Like something large blinking for the first time in centuries. And the ceiling split open. Above them, embedded in the void like a parasite in a wound, was the eye. Not metaphor. Not vision. A literal eye. Massive. Ancient, lidless. Its iris was made of letters. Its pupil, a swirling whirlpool of names. And it was watching. It had always been watching. Amelia fell to her knees. Lorien covered her ears. Talus backed into the wall, his sword drawn but trembling. Because the eye was not just seeing them. It was reading them. Everything they'd done. Every choice they'd made. Every thought they tried to bury beneath bravery. The eye whispered, not in words, but in revelations. Memories they hadn't known were missing. Talus's first moment in the ink, before he was even a thought. Lorien's real name. Spoken once by a mother who had never existed outside of her dreams. Amelia's own first moment in the attic, rewritten 1,000 times by fate. And the awful realization that she was meant to find the book, that nothing had been coincidence. The eye had guided her there, because it needed her. The chamber vibrated, mirrors cracked. Not all, just one. The one that showed an Amelia with black ink dripping from her eyes, mouth stitched shut with threads made of sentences. The eye blinked again. And that version stepped out of the mirror. It didn't speak. Didn't move like a person. It glided. Amelia stared at it, heart pounding. Talus shouted, charging forward. But the double passed through him like smoke. It reached Amelia and knelt. Then placed a finger on her forehead. And in that moment, she saw. The eye wasn't watching them out of malice. It was watching because it was trapped. It had once been a writer. The first. But its story had been stolen, its name erased, its mouth sewn shut. So it became the watcher. And now, it wanted her help. The eye's voice entered her mind again. Write me free. But she didn't trust it. How could she? It had lured her into this world. It had guided her into the shadow's grip. It had let her suffer. But the eye showed her more. It showed her its cage. An endless loop of memory. Forced to witness every story, unable to shape any of them. It wasn't trying to control her. It was trying to pass the pen. Amelia stood slowly. Why me? She asked. And the answer was simple. Because you remember. She opened the book. The ink inside trembled. A blank page appeared. And this time, the words came without thought. The watcher saw too much. So she gave it back its voice. The eye closed. For the first time in uncounted years, and the chamber cracked. The mirrors shattered. The ink dripping Amelia vanished with a silent smile, and the ceiling tore open. Above them, sky, real sky, with stars. Not symbols, not metaphors, just stars. Talus helped her up. Lorien looked at her, eyes wide. You freed it. Amelia nodded slowly. I didn't want to. But maybe it wasn't the villain I thought it was. What was it then? Talus asked. She looked at the book. At the stars. And said maybe it was just the first reader. And it wanted to finally become part of the story. The next page turned. And the world moved forward again. The stars above were too perfect. Too still. As if someone had painted them onto the sky, rather than letting them burn in the dark. They hung there, unmoving, unreal, frozen in time like punctuation marks on a sentence no one dared to finish. Amelia didn't trust it. Not the calm, not the silence, not the air that suddenly felt too clean, too still, too watchful. The eye had closed, yes, but what had it awakened in the process? Talus said nothing as they crossed the field beneath that painted sky, but he held his sword tighter than before. Lorien walked beside Amelia, her eyes scanning the horizon, which curved in a way that made no sense, as if the ground itself was remembering too much and beginning to collapse inward from the weight of its own meaning. The book in Amelia's hand began to vibrate again, but not with urgency, with something worse. Fear, not its own, hers. And the deeper she walked into this still place, the more she realized they weren't in a chapter anymore. They were in an epilogue, a stitched-on ending meant to make sense of chaos, A lie dressed in quiet. She stopped walking. The ground beneath her was no longer dirt or grass. It was paper. Not metaphor. Real pages. Endless and thin and whispering underfoot. And with every step, the paper wrinkled and whispered in voices only half familiar. She dropped to her knees and pressed her ear against it. A single sentence came through. "We are what's left when the story ends." She shot to her feet, eyes wide. Talus turned. "What is it?" "This place, it's not real," she said. "It's a graveyard." Lorien swallowed hard. "For what?" Amelia looked around. "For stories that tried to end." The paper ground began to ripple, like something breathing underneath it. No, not breathing. Chewing. A lump moved beneath the pages. Then another. Something was moving through the parchment planes like a shark beneath waves. Not fast. Not loud. Just inevitable. And it was circling them. Amelia's hands trembled. The book opened on its own. The ink inside it was bleeding, literally dripping off the page like it had been stabbed. And in the center of the ruined script was a word she never wanted to read. Metastory. "What does that mean?" Lorien asked, voice brittle. "It's a story that knows it's a story," Amelia whispered. "One that doesn't want to end. So it starts eating the others." The ripple in the ground rose higher. Paper peeled back in waves. Talus drew his sword, but it was useless now. What could steel do to something made of concept? The thing emerged. It had no body, no face. It was a manuscript, pages coiled and fused into a shape that twisted in on itself like a bias strip. And at its center, a gaping hole of black. Not ink, not shadow, absence. The missing piece of a sentence that had devoured its context. The moment it rose, the stars above winked out, not all at once, one by one. Each one a story consumed, each one a memory unmade. It moved toward them, not on feet, but as if being read forward by an unseen reader too eager to skip to the end. The book in Amelia's hands burned hot. Then the pages curled into a warning. "It wants the author. It wants you." Talus stepped between her and the thing. "Run." "No," she said. "You can't fight this. It's not a monster. It's a problem. A corruption. It's trying to finish everything," Lorien said, her voice cracking. And Amelia understood. The eye had been watching. The shadow had been silencing. But this was editing, rewriting, stripping away the parts that made a story human until only structure remained. No soul, no truth, just formula. The purest kind of destruction. It was a critic that didn't believe in art. It was the idea that every tale must have a clear beginning, middle, and end, and that nothing messy, nothing incomplete should be allowed to exist. And Amelia was too messy to survive. The pages beneath them began to collapse into the thing. Everything they'd walked across was being read backward. Erased, she turned to Talus. "It's not coming for you, or Lorien." Talus shook his head. "No, it's coming for me," she said, "because I'm the writer." Lorien grabbed her arm. "Then let us write with you." The metastory opened its center, a hollow void shaped like an ending, and Amelia stepped toward it, not to give up, to give it what it didn't expect. She opened her book and began to write, not a conclusion, not a climax, a beginning. She stepped into the thing that wanted to end everything and gave it something else, possibility. The metastory froze. It couldn't read that. It wasn't built to. It only knew how to end things, not start them. Amelia wrote faster. She remembered that stories aren't lines. They're loops. They're breaths. They don't end when the book closes. They live in whoever remembers. The thing trembled. The void inside it flickered. Then, a voice echoed out of the pages. Not Amelia's, but Evelyn's, then Genevieve's, then Junia's, then Lorien, then Talus. All layered on top of each other, repeating the same truth. We are not meant to be finished. The creature screamed. Not aloud, in reverse. It began to unwrite itself. Its pages folded inward. Its void collapsed. It tried to rewrite Amelia's words, but they were already alive. Already moving through the world. Already remembered. And stories remembered could not be killed. They could only be shared. One final page appeared in her book, blank at first. Then a line burned itself into the paper. This is not the end. The metastery collapsed, not in defeat, but in understanding, and it scattered, its pages flying into the wind, no longer dangerous, just unwritten, waiting to become something better. Amelia fell to her knees. Talus caught her. Lorien knelt beside them, and for a long moment no one spoke, because silence now wasn't an enemy. It was a breath, a pause, a space between words. And then, softly, Amelia closed the book, not because it was over, because she was ready to write what came next. The air felt older now, not colder, not heavier, just older. Like it had seen too much, carried too many words through too many lifetimes. Amelia stood at the edge of the field, where the metastery had tried to erase them all. And though the creature was gone, the land still wore the imprint of its hunger. Curled paper remnants scattered like leaves, stories never told now left to rot or regrow. She didn't speak. Neither did Talus nor Lorien. There was no need. The silence between them had changed. It wasn't afraid anymore. When they finally moved, it wasn't because something pushed them. It was because something called. Not a voice, not a direction, just a pull, deep in the chest, like a memory you didn't realize was yours. They followed it across the hollow ground, into a forest of ash trees that didn't burn and didn't bend. Their trunks were smooth and pale as bone, their leaves thin as parchment. Amelia ran her hand across one, and ink blood from the bark in spirals, curling into the names of people she'd never met, in languages she'd never spoken. It should have been unsettling, but it felt like home. "This place is remembering us," Lorien whispered. Talus nodded, gazing up at the trees. Or maybe we're finally remembering it. The pull led them deeper, past roots shaped like letters, across rivers that ran with melted ink, until they reached a clearing with no edges. It stretched beyond the horizon, and in its center stood a building that didn't make sense. Not at first. It was a library, but not made of brick or stone. It was made entirely of books. Every wall, every beam, every window frame, constructed from stacked pages and bound spines. Some titles were legible, others blurred into language too deep to understand. And high above, a roof made of glass shards hung in a dome, reflecting not the sky, but memories. Amelia stepped forward. The ground beneath her boots turned to stories. Literal stories. She looked down and saw her own name on the floor, printed in crisp black ink. Her birth, her first lie, her first dream of leaving, all written beneath her steps. She stopped walking. "What is this place?" she breathed. Lorien stood beside her, her eyes full of awe. "This is where everything that's ever been truly remembered goes." Talus stepped ahead, brushing dust from a wooden plaque nailed to the front door. The inscription was simple: "Here lies every story that refused to die." Amelia opened the door. It didn't creak, it sighed, as though it had been holding its breath since the first page was ever written. Inside, the library was infinite, literally. Shelves extended upward and outward forever, curling like vines, staircases spiraling into galaxies of pages and whispers. There was no librarian, no desk, no rules. Only the sound of stories breathing, not in a haunting way, but in the way a house sighs when someone finally comes home. The book in her hand shivered. Pages fluttered. Then it opened on its own. A final message etched itself into the center: "Write your story into the shelves. Let the world remember you the way you choose to be remembered." Amelia blinked. It wasn't a command. It was an invitation. The shelves didn't demand her story. They simply offered a place for it to live. Lorien was already exploring, brushing fingers over titles that sparked faint glows, books with her name. Some from the world before the ink, some from the half-life in the circle of the unnamed, all of them true. Talus stood at a high balcony, gazing down over a sea of unwritten books, blank tomes, stacked neatly, waiting, listening. Amelia turned to a shelf nearby and found an empty space between two volumes. One had Evelyn's name on it. The other was blank. She opened her own book, the one that had traveled through darkness, silence, screams, and memory, and gently placed it on the shelf. It didn't burn. It didn't vanish. It settled, like it belonged. The moment she stepped back, the library reacted. Not violently, not magically, but deeply. All around her, books shifted, titles rearranged, pages fluttered open, not to erase, to welcome. Because this library wasn't just for finished stories. It was for the ones that refused to stay silent. She heard a sound then, distant, soft, unmistakable. Footsteps, not from Talus, not from Lorien, from further down one of the endless aisles. She turned slowly. A figure approached, familiar, faded, wearing a coat stitched with bookmarks and memories. It was Evelyn. But not quite. She wasn't translucent. She wasn't crying. She was real, changed, older than before, wiser, like she had been living a parallel story all this time. "I thought you were gone," Amelia said. Evelyn smiled gently. "I was. But stories don't stay dead in this place. Not if they're told with care. You remember me." Every page they embraced. And when they pulled apart, Evelyn held out her own book, bound in red leather, marked with ink stains. "Put it next to yours," she said. Amelia took it with trembling hands and slid it onto the shelf beside her own. The two books glowed, and a spark danced between them, like they'd been waiting to be side by side all along. Lorien appeared, arms full of untold volumes. "We need more shelves." Talus smiled. "We'll build them." Because the library didn't stop growing. It breathed new space into itself every time a story was told, every time a name was remembered, every time someone dared to speak truth into silence. They stayed there for hours, maybe days, maybe years. Time didn't matter here. Only memory, only care, only the idea that no one had to be forgotten if someone chose to remember. As Amelia wandered the rows, she passed titles that didn't belong to her, but that she knew. People she'd met, stories she'd glimpsed in dreams, echoes of others who'd walked through the dark and refused to let the ink consume them. She came to a stop at one final shelf. A new book hovered above it, untitled, unwritten, blank. She reached for it, and a quill appeared beside her. No magic, just purpose and a choice. The book flipped open. She took the pen, and on the first page she wrote, "This story does not end." Because someone, somewhere, will always care enough to remember it. The library lit up, not in fire, in acknowledgement. As if every book whispered, "We hear you." Amelia turned. Her friends were smiling, and for the first time there was nothing chasing them. No voice in the dark, no ink in the air, no silence clawing at their names. Just the truth. They had written themselves into the world, and the world had written back. It began with a drop, not from the sky, not from a wound, but from the ceiling of the great library itself. A bead of black that trembled midair, quivered as though uncertain, and then fell silently, landing on the spine of a nameless book. It wasn't loud, it wasn't violent, but Amelia felt it. A cold shiver up her back, a tug at her ribs, like a string winding itself around her breath. She turned slowly and looked up. Another drop fell, then another, tiny spots of ink dripping from nothingness, falling like tears absorbed instantly by the books below. At first, it seemed harmless, almost like the library was weeping, maybe mourning the stories that never made it to these shelves. But as the ink spread, the air changed. The scent, no longer the comforting smell of old paper and candlelight, grew acrid, chemical, sharp like burning rubber laced with memory. Amelia called out. Talus. He was already moving, descending the spiral stairs from a balcony above, his boots thudding urgently. "Something's wrong," he said. "The ink, it's moving." She met him halfway, her breath quick. "It's coming from the ceiling." Lorien appeared from a shadowed easel, a book clutched to her chest, her expression pinched with dread. I felt it too. The stories, they're shifting. And they were. Amelia turned to the nearest shelf and saw it. The books were rewriting themselves. Not by hand, not by her, but as if something unseen had dipped its fingers into the library's heart, and begun scratching away the endings. Paragraphs she remembered reading hours ago were now smeared, warped, replaced with questions instead of closure. "What's doing this?" Lorien whispered. The book on Amelia's hip pulsed once, then again. Then it opened. Only one word appeared. A name. But not a person. Not a thing. Just a force. The remembered. Talus furrowed his brow. "I thought we were the remembered." Amelia's voice was quiet. "No. We remember. This is something else. Something that remembers us." And then the ink blotted down the walls. Thin lines at first, like vines creeping down from the upper shelves. But they moved too fast, and they searched, sliding over bindings, curling under doors, hunting. For what? Not books, not stories. Witnesses. A loud crack echoed above them. One of the highest balconies snapped, a wave of ink, bursting from behind it like a tide released from its dam. It cascaded downward, swallowing shelves, pulling books into itself as it passed. Pages screamed, not audibly, but with a vibration in the chest, like guilt shouting in your bones. Amelia turned, grabbed Lorien's hand. "We need to run." "Where?" Talus asked. She didn't know. Only that they couldn't stay here. The ink wasn't just remembering. It was rewriting. They raced down the central aisle, past aisles they had walked in peace only hours before, now warping as the shelves leaned in like teeth. Behind them, the flood of ink grew faster. It slithered. It devoured. Books that had lived for centuries were now blank husks, crumbling into black dust. Amelia looked over her shoulder and saw it. A figure walking through the ink. Not formed. Not finished. A silhouette made of phrases and fragments, its face a smear of dialogue. Its hands formed of verbs and broken syntax. It wore memory like a coat, and where it stepped, the ink moved out of its way like a pet. "What is that?" Lorien cried. Amelia slowed. Not from fear, from realization. "It's not here to kill us."
Talus shouted, "It's erasing the library!"
"No," Amelia said, breath shaking. "It's erasing the us that's remembered in it." They stopped at the heart of the library. The great dome of glass overhead, now dripping with ink like melting ice, forming constellations that no longer aligned with the stars. In the center of the floor was the blank book she had written in hours ago, the one she titled simply with "This story does not end." It was open now, empty, her words gone. She dropped to her knees. "No, no, no." The ink creature stepped closer. The figure made of phrases. It didn't reach for her. It didn't run. It simply stood, waiting. And when Amelia looked into the shape of its face, she saw herself, a version of her that had never written, never spoken up, never dared to remember the ones who had been forgotten. And that version smiled, but not in kindness, in warning, because the ink did not hate her. It needed her. She was its final chapter, not to kill, to end properly. "You were the last story it couldn't finish," Lorien whispered. And that was the truth. Amelia was the final thread, the last loose end, the one who refused to be defined by beginnings and ends, the one who left things open, flawed, unfinished, and that made her dangerous. Because in the eyes of the ink, everything must close. So Amelia made a choice. She stood, and she reached for the blank book at her feet. The moment her fingers touched the cover, the ink froze. Not in fear, in expectation. The silhouette tilted its head, waiting. She opened the book, saw her own name, flickering, and she spoke a sentence, softly, not to end anything, but to start again. "I remember myself." The ink recoiled. It screamed, not out loud, but in the world around her. Chandeliers cracked, shelves snapped. The words inside the ink figure shuddered, breaking apart like pixels falling from a screen. Because it wasn't made to handle self-remembrance. It could erase names, could devour memory, but it couldn't consume a truth spoken from within. Talus stepped forward and added his voice. "I remember her." Lorien followed. "I remember me." Each name spoken pushed the ink back. Each story reclaimed shattered the figure more, until it couldn't hold its shape, until it collapsed into a pool of meaningless black. And the books, once drenched and fading, began to pull themselves free, words returning, sentences regrowing, the library healing. Amelia knelt and dipped her finger into the puddle of ink. It didn't burn. It didn't resist. It trembled, waiting for instruction. So she wrote, not in the book, but on the floor itself. Just one sentence. A spell, a promise. Only those who choose to forget shall be forgotten. The ink shimmered once. Then it retreated, not in fear, in respect. And for the first time in all the time since the story began, Amelia understood. The ink was never evil. It was just lost. A force of closure, starved for understanding. A record keeper that had forgotten why records mattered. And now, it had been reminded. As the final drops slid back into the cracks, the library sighed again. Books returned to their places. Shelves straightened, candles relit. And Amelia stood at the heart of it all, no longer afraid. She looked at her book, her true book. And for the first time, it asked her what happens next. She smiled and whispered, "We live." Some stories don't end with a sentence. Some end with a question. And that night, under the humming glow of a library that had nearly forgotten how to breathe, Amelia asked the one question she had never dared speak aloud. Who wrote me? Not in the poetic sense. Not in the self-reflective, quiet way of someone pondering fate or destiny. No, she meant it literally. There had been too many coincidences, too many precise lines that seemed carved into her life before she'd had the chance to choose them. Her birth was hidden, her name unlisted, her family a blank in every official record she ever touched. Even her memories, many of them were flickers, but glimpses, drafts. She was the writer now, but had she always been? She stood alone in one of the deeper wings of the library, in a place where the books whispered less and stared more. This corner wasn't made for readers. It was made for the read, for the ones who suspected they were never truly steering their own pen. The shelves here were taller, dustier, less interested in organization. They leaned, not from age, but from the sheer weight of what they carried, the truth about beginnings. Tallis and Lorien were elsewhere. Tallis cataloging new arrivals, Lorien guiding names newly remembered to their rightful shelves. The library was full again. Alive. But Amelia couldn't rest. Not yet. Not with the ink still faintly pulsing beneath the floorboards. Not with her reflection still pausing 1 second longer than it should when she passed a mirror. She turned a corner and found it, the easel without a name. Every other section had a label above it. Histories, half-truths, stolen ends, orphan myths. But this one, just blank wood. And a silence that stretched further than space. Amelia stepped in. The first book on the left shelf had no title. She opened it gently and gasped. It was her. Not just her memories, her thoughts. The questions she'd never said aloud. The fears she'd never confessed to anyone. Entire pages written in her own inner voice. She opened the next one. And it wasn't her. It was a version of her. Same name, same face, but born in a different place, lived a different path, died younger. Another. Same girl, different ink. She kept going. 10 books. 20, 50. All her. And they all ended the same way, disappearance. Some by death. Some by silence. Some by forgetting. But none of these Amelias ever reached the library. None remembered themselves, except her. She was the only one who had made it this far. She stumbled back, breath caught in her throat. Her knees buckled against the weight of that realization. She wasn't one girl. She was a convergence. A single surviving thread in a tapestry that had unraveled 1,000 times before, and someone had kept trying. Someone had written her again and again, tweaking, changing, hoping that this version would break through. She whispered into the air, "Who?" The books didn't answer. But the ink did. From the back of the aisle, a single line carved itself across the wall in script so old it bled through languages. "The name beneath your name remembers you." Amelia moved toward it. The floor here groaned, not from weakness, but from reluctance. Like it didn't want to give up what was buried. She pressed her palm to the wall. The ink spiraled outward, revealing a door. Behind it, darkness, no shelves, no lanterns, no sound. Just a small pedestal with a single book floating an inch above it, bound in white, trimmed in gold. A book that seemed untouched by time or memory. Her breath caught. She stepped forward. The moment her hand reached for it, the book opened itself, and she saw a name, not hers, but one that felt older than blood, a name she didn't know how to pronounce. And yet, it was her. Not the girl who walked through ink in silence. Not the one who fought the shadow, who spoke life into forgotten stories. This name was before all of that. Before the world had shape. Before language had structure. A name written in the ink of origin. And with that name came the memories. Not of this life, but of the ones before it. She was not just the author, she was the seed, the idea that refused to die. The truth that slipped through cracks in every rewritten version of the world. A constant. Not because she was powerful, but because she was persistent. The library hadn't built itself for her, it had grown around her. Because even when they'd erased her, she had kept whispering, kept echoing, kept remembering. She dropped to her knees. It was too much, too deep, too wide. Her own name felt like a mask now, a shield crafted to survive a world that had never wanted her to speak. And now she knew why. Because the story she carried wasn't meant to be told. It was the original fracture. The truth that started the ink's hunger. She was not a girl. Not really. She was the first unsolvable sentence. The first contradiction. The first writer and the first character tangled together. The book closed itself. But not before leaving one final note. You are the name that cannot be forgotten. Because you are the story that cannot be finished. Amelia didn't run. Didn't cry. She just stood. Walked back down the aisle. Past the versions of herself now gathering dust. And stepped into the warm light of the library. She was different now. Not less human. But more true. Lorien looked up from her stack of books. You found something. Amelia nodded. Tallis asked, what was it? She smiled softly and said, the reason the ink couldn't kill me. They didn't press. They didn't need to. Because they understood what she meant. She hadn't been surviving the story. She was the story. And the next time something tried to end her, they'd find themselves swallowed by the very name they'd tried to erase. Because some stories don't ask permission to be remembered. They demand it. Some places are not marked on maps. They do not sit quietly between coordinates or submit to time. They exist only when remembered, and die the moment they are left alone. The graveyard Amelia stood in now was one such place. It lay just outside the edge of the library that remembered, nestled between a fog-thickened ravine and a grove of trees that had forgotten how to grow. The sky above it churned with colors that had no names, deep mauves bleeding into bruised golds. Like the horizon had been stitched together from failed endings. The air was heavy, but not because of weather. It was heavy with names. Every grave in this place belonged to someone who had written the world, and every headstone bore only one word: author. Amelia didn't come here looking for peace. She wasn't even sure why her feet led her here. The ink in her veins had gone quiet ever since the revelation of her true name, that unknowable syllable buried beneath time itself. But the silence wasn't restful. It was watchful. Like something was waiting for her to notice what it had already laid bare. She wandered between the graves. Each stone was different, some carved with swirling language, others smoothed flat by forgetfulness. She could feel them hum beneath her fingertips as she passed. These weren't monuments to people. They were warnings, reminders that those who shape stories do so at a cost, and often the prices themselves. One grave stood out, taller than the rest, made of black glass, smooth as ink and reflective as memory. No moss clung to it, no dust settled on it. It stood untouched, sacred, as though the world refused to bury it completely. Amelia approached, her breath caught in her throat. She didn't need to read the name. She already knew it. This was her grave. The version of her that hadn't survived. The draft that had been cut. The author who had tried before her, failed, and been buried here. Not by death, but by deletion. She fell to her knees before it, unsure whether to mourn or rage. She touched the stone. It was cold, but not lifeless. It pulsed beneath her palm, almost like it wanted to speak. And then she saw it, her own handwriting, etched faintly into the corner of the stone. A sentence she hadn't written yet. If I vanish, remember I wasn't wrong. I was just early. She staggered back. Lorian's voice broke the silence behind her. You shouldn't be here alone. Amelia didn't turn. This is where I ended, before I became me. Talus stood on the other side of the grave. So you've been buried before. Maybe more than once, she whispered. I think every time I got too close to the truth, I ended up here. But I kept coming back. Lorian looked around uneasily. This place doesn't like us. It's old. Angry. It's forgotten, Amelia said, and forgotten things always grow bitter. A wind passed through the graveyard, cold and sharp, whispering across the stones like a breath drawn too deep. From the far edge of the field, a figure emerged, cloaked in white, faceless, carrying no weapon, no book. Just silence. It didn't walk. It glided. Like it didn't need the permission of gravity. Talus drew his sword, but the steel trembled in his hands. What is that? Amelia stood. Her voice, steady now, answered with certainty the eraser. The wind stopped. Lorian's mouth parted in a silent gasp. She'd read about it once. In the banned pages. In the books the library refused to shelve. The eraser wasn't a being. It was a consequence. A manifestation of the fear that a story had gone too far. That it had questioned the wrong truth. That it had touched something sacred with dirty hands. The eraser didn't destroy with fire or fury. It unwrote, cleanly, without pain, without sound. Amelia stepped forward away from her friends. It came for me once. Maybe more than once. You beat it, Talus said. No, she replied. I escaped it. The eraser stopped 3 feet in front of her. Its cloak shifting like paper caught in water. No face. No form. Just the suggestion of finality. I'm not the same now, she told it. You can't take me back. The eraser tilted its invisible head. And for the first time, it spoke. Not with words. With an absence of them. A void in her thoughts, shaped like language that had been deleted. And she understood. You think I'm a mistake, she whispered. Silence answered. But she heard the meaning. You are the unedited margin. The sentence that never belonged. She reached into her coat. Pulled out her book. Held it between them like a shield. This is my story now, she said. And no amount of clean up can undo that. The eraser did not move. But the ground beneath her did. The grave cracked. And from its split rose 1,000 ghost versions of her. Each one buried, each one lost. The Amelia who drowned before the first chapter. The one who stayed silent when she should have screamed. The one who gave up just before the end. They surrounded her, not to accuse, but to remind. She was not better than them. She was just the one who kept going. She looked at them, her voice trembling. I won't forget you. And that was enough. The ground sealed. The eraser faded. Not destroyed, just denied. And the grave, the one that bore her name, shattered. Not violently, but cleanly. Like a sentence removed after a long edit. In its place was a sapling. Small. Delicate. Green. Alive. She turned to Talus and Lorian. I'm not afraid anymore, she said. Talus sheathed his sword. Lorian smiled. Good. Because I think we're almost done. Amelia nodded slowly. No, she whispered. We're finally ready to begin. It started, as all beginnings do, with silence. Not the suffocating kind that hangs heavy in grief, nor the deceptive quiet that lingers just before something awful erupts. This silence was clean, unwritten. It hummed with possibility, and it stretched before Amelia like a field of snow, untouched, waiting for the first step. The graveyard had vanished behind them as if it had never existed. The trees, the broken skies, the stories bleeding ink, they were all behind her now. What lay ahead was blank, Literally. There was no path, no sky, no shape. Just an endless flatness glowing faintly beneath her boots, as though she stood on a canvas yet to be painted. Amelia looked down and saw no reflection, not even a shadow. She was alone in a place where reality hadn't yet decided how to present itself. And yet, she wasn't afraid. Not anymore. Lorien and Talus had stayed behind. Not out of fear, but because they understood. This part of the story had to be written alone. She had seen herself buried, seen the figure of deletion come and go, seen the ink tremble beneath her defiance. And now, at last, she understood what it meant to step beyond the final page. It meant you had to choose what came next. The book she carried had no title anymore. No chapters. No remnants of the fights they had survived or the names they had rescued. It had become pure potential. Every page humming with a soft throb like a waiting heart. The first page was open now, utterly white. And for the first time, no ink moved on its own. It waited for her hand. She raised the pen. It trembled. Not with fear, with weight. Because this wasn't about recording what had been. This was about writing what should be. She thought of the lives she had seen crumble. Evelyn, who fought too long in silence. Genevieve, who gave her breath to the page. Junia, whose scream never faded. She remembered the horror of the shadow, the endless hunger of the ink, the disorienting terror of the metastery. She remembered the 1,000 other versions of herself, buried beneath failure, cut by red lines and edits that had nothing to do with truth and everything to do with control. But most of all, she remembered one thing she had always written to survive. Now, she would write to build. So she wrote the first word, remember. It echoed into the blankness, not as sound, but as shape. The space around her shivered. The horizon, if it could be called that, stretched wider, curving upward like the edge of a new world just being born. Stars flickered into existence above her, not burning orbs of gas, but glowing punctuation marks, each one tied to a story yet to be told. She wrote again, let nothing be forgotten unless it chooses to be. With each word, the white around her rippled and stained with light. Trees formed in the distance, but not like those from the ash grove. These were golden, their trunks braided like rope, leaves glowing with the names of people not yet born. She kept writing, her hands steady now. This world shall belong to the flawed, the unfinished, the loud and the quiet, the broken and the brave. No one shall be edited into silence. She paused, her breath caught, and she added one last line to the page, and the author shall never again be alone. That sentence, simple, final, undeniable, changed everything. From the edges of the growing world, she saw others begin to step forward. Not copies, not echoes, people. Real and full and carrying stories of their own. They weren't summoned by magic or created by the stroke of a pen. They arrived because someone had made room for them, and they remembered her. One by one, they gathered. Some she recognized, others she didn't. But all of them had lived in the cracks of other stories, those whose names had been deleted from drafts, whose arcs had been cut for time, whose truths had been deemed inconvenient. They stood taller now, their memories restored, their voices unshaken. Talus arrived first, Lorien just behind him, then Evelyn, Junia, Genevieve, and even the child versions of herself, timid, trembling, waiting to see if this world was truly safe. Amelia smiled. It wasn't just a new page. It was a new beginning, one that didn't need perfection, only permission. As the stars above settled into constellations, she stepped back from her book and placed it gently on a pedestal that rose from the earth like a heartbeat finally allowed to breathe. And then, a second book appeared beside it, blank, waiting. She turned to the crowd now forming, looked each of them in the eye, and asked the question that changed everything. Who's next? A hand reached forward. Another stepped up to the book and wrote, not because they were told to, but because someone had made it safe to do so. The page fluttered. A new sentence was born. Then another, and another. until the sky was full of them. Phrases floating like lanterns, lifting on wind that smelled like ink and ash and hope. Amelia sat down on the grass, watched the world take shape. She didn't have to write alone anymore. She wasn't the only one who remembered. And for the first time in every version of her life, she felt what it was like to rest. Not because her story was over, but because it had finally been heard. And that was enough. For now, it began as a whisper, threaded into the branches of the new trees, wrapped in the murmur of the grass that hadn't existed the day before. The world Amelia had written wasn't just growing, it was responding, and not in the way nature typically did, slow and patient. This world was alive with urgency, with purpose. It was a reader, yes, but now, it wanted to write back. At first, it was small things, flowers that grew in the shapes of words, rivers that carved poetry into their own banks. The clouds above shifted in patterns that mirrored forgotten lullabies. But then came the wind. Not wild or hostile, but intentional. It moved not with aimless pressure, but as if following a script of its own making, lifting pages from books left open, guiding the hands of new writers toward truths they didn't know they held. Amelia noticed it before anyone else. She stood atop the hill where she had first placed her book and felt the tug at her fingertips. Not a gust, not a chill, but a question. Something in the air was asking her to read what she hadn't written. The pedestal where her book lay now bore two tomes. One, her own. The other not. It had not been there yesterday. Its cover was blue, black, etched with symbols that shimmered and vanished the moment you tried to focus. She reached out with cautious fingers, brushing the spine. The book opened without resistance, and inside, it was her story, but not the version she had written. Not quite. It was what the world had made of it. Events she remembered were there, but told from different eyes. Battles she had fought described by those who had only heard echoes of them. Her name, mentioned not as a protagonist, but as a myth. She flipped the pages, faster, breath-catching. The world she had written had not only accepted her words, it had taken them in, and then created its own version. Amelia turned a page and saw herself described in ways she never imagined. Some called her the firekeeper, others the last pen. In one tale, she was a ghost who haunted forgotten stories, whispering unfinished sentences into the ears of those who dared to dream. In another, she was a villain, one who broke the boundaries between memory and myth and let chaos roam free. She closed the book, her heart hammering. The world was reinterpreting her, telling itself stories about her, not because it hated her, not because it misunderstood, but because that's what all readers do. They take the story in and make it their own. Talus approached from below the hill, watching her with careful eyes. "You've seen it, haven't you?" She nodded slowly. "It's writing back." He sat beside her in the grass. That was always the risk, wasn't it? Giving the world a pen. It was never supposed to be a risk, she whispered. It was a gift. He said nothing, just placed his hand on the pedestal beside hers. Lorien arrived not long after, carrying a scroll. Her face was pale, eyes distant. The others are writing their versions too. Not just stories, rules, interpretations, beliefs. Amelia winced. Are they twisting it already? Not intentionally, Lorien said. They're just trying to understand. It hit Amelia like a quiet wave. Of course. She had created a world too big to contain in one voice. The library had taught her that. The ink had tried to flatten her into a single draft, a clean line without contradiction. But now, the world she had written was doing what she herself had once been punished for. Reimagining. She looked out across the hills and saw them. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people, writing their own books, sharing memories, recounting tales that had started with her words and spiraled into something new. There was no control here, no canon. No editors read, lining the truth. It was beautiful and dangerous. Because stories, when free, can love or betray. They can heal or poison. They can worship or condemn. Amelia stood and looked at her book. The original. The beginning. And she did something unexpected. She picked it up and closed it. Tallis blinked. "You're ending it?" She shook her head. "No. I'm letting it stand on its own. It doesn't need me to keep adding. It needs room to breathe." Lorien stared at the second book, The World's Reply. "Do you think it will keep writing back?" Amelia didn't answer right away. Her eyes moved across the horizon to where new cities were rising, built not of stone, but of sentences. Temples shaped like metaphors. Schools constructed on paragraphs that taught compassion over precision. People were carving their names into trees, singing new stories to the stars. She smiled. "I hope it keeps writing back," she said, "because if it doesn't, then it means they've stopped caring." Behind her, the second book flipped a page on its own, and in a scrawl of shimmering ink, it wrote something simple. "We remember, not as a command, not as a warning, as a promise, that even when the author is gone, even when the voice grows quiet, the story can still echo, carried by those who needed it most." That night, under a sky blinking with syllables and silence, Amelia built a small fire, not to warm her hands, but to burn the last pages she had never dared write, the ones about what would come after her. Because she finally trusted that others would tell it. And maybe, just maybe, they'd tell it better. She let the fire eat the paper slowly. Watched the flames flicker, not in orange or red, but in ink light. That familiar, haunting glow of potential and memory tangled together. And as the wind carried the ashes into the air, the world itself seemed to exhale, not in relief, in reverence, because it knew, even if no one else ever did, that the girl who once stood at the edge of silence had taught the world how to speak. There was no curtain call, no fanfare, no sudden thunderclap to mark the ending. When it came, it arrived softly, like a sigh at the end of a long, held breath. The world Amelia had written, and the world that had written back, settled into itself, no longer trembling under the weight of uncertainty. The stories that once clawed for space had found it. The voices that were once silenced had grown bold. And the shadows that once whispered, hungry and hollow, had faded into myth. Amelia stood atop a ridge, overlooking the sea of stories, now taking root in the valley below. They didn't look like books anymore. They looked like cities, forests, people. Each living thing etched with memory, with scars and triumphs, with truths that had once been smudged into silence. And for the first time, none of it required her to keep breathing in order to go on. The story had outgrown its maker. She sat down in the tall grass. Her coat, once heavy with dust and ink, now hung loose around her shoulders, light and quiet. The winds had stopped calling her name, not because they had forgotten her, but because they no longer needed to remind her who she was. Tallis came beside her, older now. Though only days had passed, the weight of remembering had aged them all in ways that could never be measured in years. Lorien followed, her hands ink, stained from guiding others to their truths. Neither spoke. There was no need. Their silence was filled with everything they had endured together, everything they had earned. In the distance, the library stood. Not broken, not untouched, but transformed. Its towers now grew like trees, open to the sky. The ink within no longer dripped from hidden ceilings, or crawled like something wounded. It flowed openly, like water through riverbeds of meaning, allowing anyone willing to listen the chance to write, not to control, but to remember. Amelia's book sat in her lap. The first one, the blank one. The one she had filled, page by page, with the truth of who she was, who they had been, and what the world had tried to forget. She had stopped writing a long time ago, and yet there was one final page, still empty, still waiting. She stared at it for a long time, and then finally, dipped her finger in the last vial of ink she would ever use. No pen, no flourish, just the touch of her own hand, and she wrote, "The story never ends." Not a declaration, not a wish, a fact, because the truth she had fought to protect, to revive, To carry through the graves and across the bones of dead narratives was this: stories do not die. They shift, they change, they go quiet. But somewhere, someone always remembers. And that memory becomes a spark. A child would one day find her book, not because they were told to, not because her name survived in stone or lesson, but because they would feel it. That tug in the ribs, that sense of something unfinished whispering beneath the surface of reality. And they would pick up a pen, trembling, unsure, terrified, and they would write, not because they hoped to be her, but because they hoped to be heard. And so Amelia stood, one last time. The sea of stories rippled beneath her. The wind stirred with gentle finality. And her shadow, once bloated with fear and silence, walked beside her now, not behind. She turned her face to the fading light of this page and smiled. Let the next one begin. Then she stepped forward and was gone, not vanished, not erased, just turned like a page. Because the end isn't silence. The end is the space between two lines, where someone, somewhere, is about to write once upon a time. The story that could not be erased, complete.